Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the beautiful Juma. Thank you so much for joining us today on Escape to Nature. My name is Lisa, and I will be your naturalist checking out the waterholes today, and of course, keeping you informed as we go. We are starting off with some dashing impala today, and a very rude oxpecker that thinks it is a hat. I always enjoy them. But remember, this is a live and interactive experience. You are on safari and this journey with all of us. So please do get in touch with us. Send us your questions, your comments, your suggestions. We would love to hear from you. And of course, if you are watching on the app or on the website, you can just register and that way you can send us those. Otherwise, if you're following us on YouTube, remember to subscribe, and that way we can also keep you informed on everything and anything. But how beautiful are these animals? But for now, it seems like it's fairly overcast in Juma. But let's take a look at today's weather forecast to see what we can expect. Woo! Well, it's going to be a hot day in Ukokoyo, no surprise there. But as I say, it's fairly overcast for now in Juma, which is why the animals are still fairly calm and relaxed and just starting their day. And this oxpecker is getting his breakfast run on. Of course, we know that they do perch on the animals, various, not just the impalas. And they actually... Kissy for you. They actually feed on all the ticks and the parasites that might be latching onto the animals. And for the most part, the animals don't mind. I don't know if I would be comfortable with birds being all over my face and my body. But the animals are getting cleansed and the bird is getting fed. So everybody wins. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, that would not work for me. And it's amazing to see how they tolerate these birds. You know, I do believe that they realize there is some benefit for them as well. So that is probably why. Oh, no. See, that would just tickle me. No, no, no. I'm out. But we've got a beautiful impala heron here with a ram as well as a wildebeest. Just want to see if the wildebeest is still around with its identity crisis. And I have checked Gowrie Dam. I have not yet seen Snapple the crocodile. But you never know. He's probably around somewhere, he or she. Ah, there you are, wild beastie. And yes, I do know that we see these animals quite often on safaris, on Escape to Nature, really in all of our locations. But I don't know about you guys, but I truly never get tired of them. All of these animals that we get to spend time with. The general game, the insects, everything is just absolutely amazing out here. And you can see it's fairly windy, so I suspect that the animals will most probably either head into the bush a little later on or they will just hunch down here. As you can see, some of them are actively feeding, but some of them are also regurgitating. So that is definitely a very, very big tool for them. That means they don't constantly have to move around, exert and waste their energy. They will hopefully be ready if anything comes along. Bush Billy, good morning. You are saying that you really hope the croc pops up so we can just make sure the babies are all kept safe. As do I. I was very, very nervous yesterday with the baby water buck being so close to the water, and of course, just playing around, not realizing the true dangers that are out here. But I definitely agree with you on that one. But speaking of which, let us take a look-see around and see what is happening here at Djuma. And as always, as we control and monitor the cameras, you are more than welcome to send through your suggestions. If you see anything, please do let me know. I have got my eyes on both Djuma and Okokoyo, so perhaps if I miss something, you can definitely give me a shout, but hopefully I don't. And I would love to do a spot of birding today as well. As you can hear, they are all around. It's just a matter of finding them. I did see one flying into this tree. But obviously you're a little camera shy today. It's fine. We'll get you through this. Birdie. Morgan is saying she hopes for a Marshall Eagle adult today. What a... Ah, that's disappointing. Not your suggestion, Morgan. I'm talking about the tree. I thought that was a bird's tail. But what are you hoping for today? Let me know. It can be a bird, it can be an insect, mammals, whatever you are looking forward to today. Snapple the crocodile, Dewey the hippo. It's always so exhilarating when we start the day and we have no idea what will happen today. Ooh, good morning, beautiful. The Egyptian goose. Of course, we've got 4 residents here at Gowrie Dam, and the rest of them do come and go. But we've got 2 parents with their offspring here. Not too sure where the rest of the family is right now, but this one, as you can see, is just getting ready for the day. Having a look out. Getting their preening and cleaning on. And as we know, Egyptian geese, derived from the fact that they have those beautiful eyes, which looks like the Egyptians' makeup that they had around their eyes. But what a beautiful bird. Again, it's a very common sighting for us at Wild Earth. But as I always say, we really have to take in absolutely everything and anything that we see, whether it's at Djuma, at Okokoyo, Amakala, Kariga, wherever we find ourselves. All of these animals are so, so, so truly special. you, crocodile? We would love to see you. Just waiting for a head to bob up. Daniel, good morning. You are saying you would love to see an owl. Well, the next best thing I can give you now is a Hadida ibis. 3 of them. Ooh, owl. I've actually never seen an owl on the Djuma Dam Cam. Of course, it's not impossible. We never know what to expect. But yes, for the most part, of course, owls are mostly active at night. But you truly never know. Perhaps with this wind and everything, there might be an owl that is active and wants to give us a good show. But for now, we've got my favorite, the Hadida ibis. And I do apologize if we are shaking a little bit. As I said, it is fairly windy. It's not a very pretty bird, this, is it? I mean, yes, when the sun hits them just right and they've got that gloss to their feathers. Maybe, but let me know what you think. Do you think a Hadida ibis is a pretty bird? Of course, they are fantastic, and just like everything else, they've got a role and a purpose in the ecosystem. We actually saw some sacred ibises close to my house the other day, and one of my friends said, what is that bird? It's beautiful. And I said, no, it's actually related to the Hadida ibis. That is the sacred ibis. And they could not believe it. They said, no way. They are complete opposites. But I mean, it's the same with storks. If you look at some storks, they are not really easy on the eyes. Like a marabou stork, for instance. And then you look at something like the saddle-billed stork. Beautiful, fascinating. But again, everything in nature has its purpose. But just imagine how good their balance is to be able to stand on an actual dead tree on one leg and still in the process preen themselves and clean themselves and have the wind gushing at them the whole time. That truly is impressive. and of course we are watching our beautiful foam nest tree frog nest, which I'm still waiting. I swear I'm going to just keep the camera on this today. Imagine how fascinating that would be to actually see the tadpoles drop. And then also let me know what bird you think this is. What birdie were we looking at? Never mind. Rashawn, you would like to know how many crocodiles are in this dam. So it's actually been a really long time since we've had any crocs in Gowrie Dam, but currently there is just one crocodile to our knowledge. I mean, you never know. That can always change. We don't always see what the animals are doing at night time, specifically something like a crocodile. They can be very, very sneaky. But for now, Rashawn, we've just got one crocodilia in this dam. I'm yet to find it and I'm yet to sex it. I have no idea if it's a male or female. I would love to know. But it seems like it's a fairly peaceful day today at Gowrie Dam so far. Just want to head back to our impalas and our wildebeest. Yes, just as I suspected, you'll probably start to hunch down. You can see a lot of them now are just busy regurgitating. Some of them still actively feeding. And regurgitation obviously refers to the animals that have the ruminant digestive system. So they've got 4 chambers in their stomach. When they initially eat something for the first time, it goes to the first chamber, and then later they can regurgitate that. And then after that, it will, once it's finer, it will go to the second stomach and then, or the second chamber, and carry on with the digestion. So they really do get a lot of nutrition from their food, which is, I don't know if any of you have ever seen impala dung. It's really these small little pellets. We often use it for bokdrolspoeg, which is a competition that we have in the bush to see who can spit the farthest. And you actually spit the dung of the impalas, or something else if you prefer, but it's very small. And that again indicates that they really are successful animals. And I remember this used to be a very big confusing topic for guests on safari, because when you look at giraffe dung, that it is also very small. And giraffes are also ruminants, but of course elephants, rhinos, they do not have that ability. They do not have that digestive system, and that is why elephant dung, rhino dung, it's huge, and it's full of grass and leaves and a lot of things that they unfortunately have not properly digested. But again, if you look at the odds, something like an elephant and a rhino is also not likely to get chased or hunted by a lion or a leopard. Whereas these guys, for instance, the possibilities are endless, and it's always there for them to be in that situation. So, therefore, they are ruminants. They can regurgitate their food. They can rest when they need to, so that they save as much energy as possible. And it really is incredible. I know a lot of people confuse impalas and springboks. Springbok are those animals that we generally see in Okukuyo. They're a little bit smaller, but both male and female have horns when it comes to springbok. But in terms of the coloration, with the different variants in shades on the actual body, a lot of people tend to think it's the same animal. It is not. An impala female does not have horns. It's also fascinating when you think about it. The coloration on the actual body, a lot of people refer to the temperature regulation for that, but it's also for camouflage. If you think about it, if that white piece that is on the stomach, if that were to be on the actual back, that would be very prominent and stand out very easily when they are moving around. Where springbok, for instance, springboks have those white faces, which would also think, okay, well, that's probably going to stand out quite easily. But on the other end, for springbok, that helps for temperature regulation. And for the most part, you'll find springbok in arid, dry areas. So they tend to camouflage fairly easy. But again, as I say every single day, all of this is just our human interpretation. We will never know why everything was created the way it has been. Why this impala has an M on the bum. Yes, we believe it's for follow me sign, but perhaps it's for a completely different reason. We will never truly know, but we can speculate, we can observe, and we can interpret as much as we can. Oh, this wind will blow you away today. I always find it very fascinating in terms of the animals like the impala, for instance. When it is windy, they tend to just sort of stick in one area and just rest as much as they can. Also, they struggle to pinpoint smells and noises and things, which again is our explanation for why they do that. So if they are on the move and they can't exactly hear and smell where things are coming from, it might be extra dangerous for them. But wouldn't you say this is dangerous too? Just sitting in one spot and waiting, But I guess if you are sitting still, you are not making yourself so much a target as opposed to moving around and potentially catching the eye of a predator.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I'm shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
wonder if animals like humans do, and I've spoken a little bit about this week, but if animals have personalities, you know, if some are more OCD than others like humans, like if one does not ever feel clean enough or perfect enough, or if it's really just all the same. Surely they must. They are, after all unique. So surely they must. I would love to get to know some of the OCD animals out here. I think that would be fairly funny. As I said, you know, the elephants I used to work with, the one elephant, we don't know if he learned this somewhere or if it's just something that he started doing. Just want to have a look-see, see if other kingfishers are around. I don't see any movement. But this one particular elephant, you know, every time they went to go swim, he would purposefully put mud on his tusks, and then he'll sort of like dip himself and swim and carry on. And then afterwards he would rub his tusks again, literally like he was brushing his teeth or something. So I think surely with animals, and particularly with birds, you know, there must be some sort of thing of, let's see if we can get this even more perfect. Oh, just look how beautiful you are, calling for us. And again. Do it. Nope. Kellen, you would like to know if crocodiles only walk between water sources at night. No, not at all. Remember, animals will do whatever they feel like. So, hippos, crocodiles, you know, we tend to think that they are, well, with all animals, you know, we tend to put them in a box and say, okay, well, these animals are mostly nocturnal. These animals are mostly diurnal. These are mostly crepuscular. It really varies. Animals will do whatever they want. But no, not at all. They can do it during the day as well. Of course, they prefer the nighttime. And to actually heat up, because a crocodile is a reptile, they have to open their mouth, because the sunlight, as soon as it hits the tongues, that gets dispersed through membranes, and the heat actually goes through the whole body to regulate the body temperature then. So if you look at a crocodile doing that during the day, often you'll see them sitting still on the bank of a waterhole or anything like that. But often you will see them moving around during the daytime as well. I know in Kruger there's quite frequent sightings of that happening, you know, the crocodiles crossing the roads and really being active during the daytime. It's a fascinating thing to see a crocodile on the move. We tend to forget how big they are, much like hippos, how big they are when they are in the water. But as soon as that animal comes out, you're like, whoa. But yes, they definitely can move around during the day as well, but it can happen at nighttime as well, just like with hippos. And again, they will traverse for various finding mating potential, or perhaps if it's a female, which I suspect is the case with the crocodile in Gowrie Dam. As I said, I've got no confirmation yet on whether it's a female or male, but if it's a female, generally she will move away from her general waterhole and then go lay her eggs. So I have no idea yet, Kellen, if we are having a female or male crocodile at hand, if it came at night or during the daytime. But it's a fascinating thing to think about. And even though we've got wonderful people helping us out on the Djuma Dam Cam, you know, of course, watching it at night as well and keeping us posted as to what happened. If you look away for a split second, you might miss anything, which often is the case with us. You know, we've seen an African fish eagle here, a juvenile that had a catfish kill, and we didn't see it. Like, we just saw it eating. We even had a juvenile martial eagle feeding on a monitor lizard. And unfortunately, we didn't see the actual kill. So literally, just like anything else on safari. Right time, right place. But hopefully this crocodile will stick around for us to get to know it. Yes, you see, even the wildebeest has decided it's nap time. That time of day where we are now going to just take it easy, reflect on what happened last night. That insane leopard that tried to take out one of us. I really do wonder if animals have those sort of thoughts and memories. For instance, if there was a leopard close to them last night and the leopard actually tried hunting one of them, I wonder if they remember that the next day of still being traumatized or something. Or is it just another day, blank page, every single day, start anew? Let's see if maybe we get lucky with some movement at the water. I do believe that Dewey has left. He's probably gone to Twin Dams or Treehouse Dam. Where are you, crocodile? I'm gonna continue summoning the crocodile, and for now I'm going to send you over to Nick, who's in Kariga.
Good morning from Kariga, where we're starting the day off down by our favourite Scotia Dam. And I'm so happy that you could join us here this morning. I'm Nick, and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. And look at that, even the zebra turned around to give us a little sneaky good morning. But conditions are looking good once again. Got a little bit of cloud cover today. Quite low-lying clouds, but the temperature's not too high. It was a little chilly this morning, but it's quite a pleasant temperature now. And it's been a great start to the day. We've had a variety of different species in our sunrise safari, if you were able to join us. But if not, don't you stress, I've got your back. We did have a few nice impala, zebra, nyala, buffalo. So we'll see what we can get during our escape to nature. There are definitely a lot more swallows flying around today, barn swallows. So remember, we did have a big rain 2 days ago, and often when you do get a lot of rainfall, or potentially even before a big storm comes, you know, when your humidity levels start to rise, that brings a lot of insects to the surface of the ground. You know, there's small little bits of moisture over their body there, over their wings and things like that, over the little insects, depending upon what insect you're talking about. But it's difficult for a lot of those insects to fly quite high, so they kind of keep quite low to the ground. Obviously, as a result of that, you do start to get a lot of swallows flitting around just above the surface of the ground to catch those insects. And obviously that is where the saying of, you know, the swallows are flying low, there's bad weather coming. That's where the saying comes from. So who knows? I'm not saying it's going to be bad weather, but it is just, at the end of the day, great to see some swallows around. And remember, our barn swallows are migratory. They are migratory birds. So I'm a happy camper as long as we have our migratory species here. It's just great to have them. And even when they're not here, I'll still be a happy camper. But I'm even more of a happy camper when they're here. Oh, yeah. But what a nice start to the day here. Very peaceful. Quite a wide variety of species that we've seen this morning already on our sunrise safari. Yeah, 100%, yeah. I'm also looking forward to what the bush has got on offer for us. And we'll have to see. We'll have to see. It is good conditions, you know, it's nice and cool, so a lot of our animals should still be out and about doing their thing. But you never know what you're going to get. I guess that is the sort of the attractiveness of a safari as well. You know, it's always exciting when you do go on your first safari ever. I mean, I wish I could go back to that and see, you know, zebras for the first time and all these different animals for the first time. But even when you're I don't know if you want to call it a veteran of the bush, when you've been to the bush many times, you just never know what you're going to get. Every day is a new day. But if you would like to see anything in particular, send your thoughts in. Let us know what you would like to see, what we could potentially try and find for you. And I know somebody was thinking that they wanted to see Stompie the zebra. So there he is on the left-hand side. I read your mind. But while he hides from us a little bit, I'll maybe patiently wait for him to come out into a little bit more of an open gap to show him to you. In the meantime, we're going to take you across to Lisa in Okukuyo.
Thank you, Nick. We have got our very loyal wildebeest, zebras, springbok, all around. Earlier on we had a lot more zebras, but for now we are settling for a few of them. And it's interesting, there are quite a few mares that are still pregnant. And of course, you know, everything in nature is different. Even if you're on the exact same private game reserve or like this in Etosha National Park, it could be the exact same species, but every single harem has got a different dynamic as well, just like people or human beings. You know, we are all the same species, but we can be so different with regard to our circumstances that influence us, the dynamics around us. And that is why we have seen quite a few zebra foals already, but that is why we will also still see a few mares that still have to have their little ones. How great would it be if they decided to do it right at this waterhole? I, for one, would not be complaining. I would probably be crying. Tears of joy. Just look at this wildebeest, showing us some piloerection. So you can see that wildebeest seems like he's got some hair gel in. So the actual raising of the hairs, that is called piloerection. You'll see a lot of animals doing that. Antelope, wildebeest, warthogs even can do it. And that is just to make yourself appear bigger. And we've seen elephants, you know, doing that, but it's not for elephants, for instance. It's not called piloerection. That is just the concept of making yourself look bigger. So opening the ears, lifting the trunk. But piloerection itself refers to the actual raising of the hairs on the body. Making yourself look very feisty and intimidating. I'm sure many of you that have cats or dogs at home, sometimes you can see them doing that too. And I always wonder, is that like a conscious thing? Surely it must be. Because we see that with, for instance, Nyala bulls. I don't know who of you have seen that very awkward slow-mo thing that Nyala bulls do when they are trying to intimidate each other. And they will also have the piloerection, the raising of the hairs. But I wonder if that is I almost want to say a chemical reaction. So feeling threatened or something, and that just happens to the body. Is it a conscious decision to now sort of make yourself look bigger? Or, for instance, warthogs that get a fright, is that also just a reaction in the body that just sort of immediately happens? But that wildebeest has calmed down now. You see, there's a baby zebra. Veronica, you would like to know why are springbok not found in the low-veld areas? I mean, in the olden days, you did find them, and I'm talking way, way, way back when, there weren't fences everywhere, creating parks and reserves and keeping animals in and restricting them. But springbok have adapted to become very, very acclimated in areas like this. So you'll see them in the Kalahari, which is a very, very big desert area as well. They really do not mind and are actually made for areas like this. They are not water dependent, so they can go days without having to drink water. I know they don't make it seem like it, but that really is the case. Much like oryx as well. So it really depends. Remember, everything in nature is connected and is part of the circle of life. So everything has an influence on the other. So if, for instance, here you will see a very, very different landscape in terms of looking at Djuma, for instance. Now the soil is going to determine the vegetation is going to determine the herbivores determine the predators, etc, etc, etc. But it really is fascinating when you look at it, because animals like the zebras, the wildebeest, they too can thrive and survive in areas like Djuma, like Amakhala, like Kariga. So it really is just due to the fact that they've really adapted. They do not just survive out here, but they thrive in areas like this, the springbok. As I mentioned earlier on, you'll see they've got these white faces, and that actually helps with their temperature regulation. So they are made for these hot, humid, arid, dry areas. But again, then you look at animals like elephants as well. Elephants need a lot of water, they need a lot of food, and we've got elephants here in Okukoyo. So it really is fascinating when you look at all of the animals in general: lions, elephants, zebras, springbok, wildebeest. We see a lot of these animals in some of our other locations as well. So that really just goes to show how quickly and how well animals can adapt and acclimate wherever they find themselves. And a lot of people, that have private game reserves or game farms, when you are trying to reintroduce or even introduce a new species, it really can be very tricky. There are so many things that you actually have to take into consideration when you are perhaps introducing some new game on your reserve. I remember my previous game reserve, it was the most fascinating thing to think that animals actually survived out there and adapted so well. Because in the olden days, it used to be fruit and vegetable farms. So a lot of the sections, 50 years later when you drive there, you can still sort of see the plantation rows if you look carefully. And animals live out there now. Zebras, wildebeest, giraffes, lions, rhinos. So there's a lot of research that goes into it. But ultimately it boils down to the fact that way back, before we became so entitled that we thought we had to now, sort of put up fences everywhere and create our own roads. I think that's probably one of the saddest things that us as humans don't consider when we are creating new infrastructures, is to not rather build roads over parks or create tunnels or I don't know, something, but as opposed to just creating fences and, sort of restricting the animals from moving around. And yes, I do know we also need to get around and move around and all of that. But it's quite sad if you think about the fact that animals have just adapted to absolutely everything we do. Whether we are creating new lodges or creating roads, restricting their habitats, they just say, all right, that's fine. We'll try a different way. And as always, if you do hear some other voices, those are not the voices in my head. It's the visitors at the actual camp. So it's rather wonderful. If you look at this camp, I cannot wait to visit it. But right behind the actual camera, there's a whole camp, and it's really wonderful. There's actual chairs stationed around the whole fence line that visitors can just sit and enjoy the animals, watch what comes to the water. So if you do hear some voices, those are just some fellow wildlife enthusiasts enjoying this view with us. Look how beautiful these clouds are. Such a lovely day. Morgan is saying this is on her bucket list as well. Gillian, you would like to know what flowers are commonly found here. So we actually, the one day we did have a whole flower quiz segment for the day, and I found a whole of 2 flowers. I personally have seen the devil's thorn here, the yellow one, but I would not be able to tell you, and that is not a lack of trying. It is just not really a flowery area, and there's also not a lot of information available pertaining to this waterhole particularly. There is in Namibia in general, the different flowers that you could find here. But this waterhole in general, do yourself a favor and go research it. There's not a lot of information with regards to the specific vegetation that you can find in and around here, which is very interesting. It's generally something you can find very easily when you are looking at the different, for instance, when you research Djuma or Sabi sand vegetation, you'll get a whole list and everything. But over here it is not as easy. But I can definitely with a surety tell you that the devil's thorn is here. If that answers your question. What are those animals? My mind is playing tricks on me. Is it wildebeest that are standing together? Is it a rhino? What is that? It's the wildebeests. But please do keep your questions, your comments, everything coming. I love hearing from you. And of course, we are in this together. Perhaps there's something that you would like to ask any of the naturalists, really, that you would like to know about us or about the animals or the locations or even about Wild Earth. Now is the time. This is literally just a session where we immerse ourselves with nature. And if we see some animals along the way, what a bonus. But we are just here to have some good discussions, listen to the birds, look at the insects, and just really appreciate Mother Nature for who and what she is. Oh, we got a lot of wildebeests coming. It's been very interesting to see the dynamic in terms of the animal movement. Of course, as soon as it became this dry, we started seeing a lot of zebras. And then day by day, it would increase with wildebeest showing up every now and again, and the oryx is also coming around again, and then elephants and rhinos and everything. But it also started out off with just a few wildebeest. And day by day, we started seeing a herd and another herd. But I've really been noticing, specifically in the last few days, the herds are just becoming more prominent at this waterhole. And again, that indicates to us that the rest of the reserve is probably looking a little bit dry. Oh, just look at that baby wildebeest. Apologies. I become a different person when I see a baby animal. Ooh, we've also got some kudu.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
I remember the very first time I ever saw a birth in my life from animals. I don't know why I just said animals. I haven't seen a human birth. But it was a wildebeest. And I remember we were on the plains. And unfortunately, I had guessed on my vehicle that every sighting we went to, whether it was lions, rhinos, elephants, they literally sat there for 5 minutes, took a picture, and then they wanted us to leave. They didn't want to learn about the animals or their behaviors or dynamics or anything. And one of my colleagues had actually called me on the radio and they said, Lisa, just come to my side where I am currently, because he was on the other side of the plains. And literally as we stopped, this wildebeest was very, very uncomfortable and she was sort of getting into the stance and she gave birth to a baby wildebeest. And I was super excited. This was my very first time seeing a live birth. I felt so lucky and just privileged to be a part of something happening, you know, making history in nature. And so the baby dropped and I wanted to see how long is it going to take the baby to get up and, you know, what will the whole process be. And my guest literally said, like, we can go now, we've taken a photo. And I said to him, like, what? How can you? Don't you want to see how this happens now? How this baby is going to get up and fall and get up and fall. And then eventually, you know, with mom's help, it will get up. She will start cleaning it. How can you not want to be a part of that? And we ended up staying and the guests weren't too happy. And that's probably one of the most challenging things as a naturalist, you know, sort of trying to get your guests to want to learn about everything in nature, not just take pictures of the big five and then carry on with life, but also learn about the other animals, because without all of these animals, the big five wouldn't exist. They wouldn't be as successful as they are. But how amazing is this? Oh, these poor Egyptian geese of ours. Get out of our house! What a beautiful, beautiful scene. Monique, good morning. You would like to know if any of the naturalists have ever been to Australia. Monique, sadly, I cannot speak for everyone. I personally have not been. I would love to go. When I actually returned from Disney in Florida, I applied to the Australian Zoo because I really wanted to go volunteer there. And to this day, it's still a place where I want to go see all of the animals. And I'm told, Australian and South Africans are very similar when it comes to culture and food and just lifestyle and everything. I don't know how true that is, but I have heard that from numerous people. But I assume you are from Australia, Monique? If not, why are you asking? Have you been to Australia? And perhaps any of you that are listening are also from Australia. Please do tell me all about it. But yes, I have always, since I was little, I've wanted to go there. I remember my father used to be, when I was still very, very little, my father used to be a professional action cricket player, and they went to Sydney the one year, and he brought me back a koala teddy bear. And to this day, I have that teddy bear because I want to go to Australia. I want to see those animals for myself. Of course, the Tasmanian devils, the kangaroos, just really everything. But not just Australia, I would love to go everywhere in the world and look at all of the animals and learn all about them. The Amazon, I would love to see those big spiders and insects. I remember often we had guests from Brazil and they would always just tell us like, no, you don't want to see it, it's horrible. But I really want to. But have you been to Australia, Monique? Are you from Australia? Why are you asking? But as I say, that's just me. I don't know if any of the other naturalists have actually. I assume James would have been. I don't know. Perhaps Steve as well. The veterans, I think they probably would have been. But I can't speak for any of them. I myself have not been. It is definitely on my bucket list. I was wondering when that is going to start. The zebra's brain. Can you believe how big our Egyptian goslings have become? It's incredible. And all of them are still alive and well. Of course, there used to be 6 goslings. 2 parents, and they're all still accounted for. Oh, just look at this wildebeest trying to get some milk while mommy's also getting a drink. Mom, woman, stand still. You see, this is also why I wouldn't be able to be an animal. I would definitely not only follow the wrong female, thinking it's my mom, I would follow a zebra thinking that's my mom perhaps, or a springbok. But I guess it's the same with like humans, you know, your mother has a certain smell. My mom always smells very clean. I don't know how to describe it, but so I think it is probably definitely a sort of imprint thing, those pheromones that they have between mom and baby. And the same for mom, you know, she doesn't confuse another little one or another calf for being hers. She knows exactly, oi, you're wandering off too far, you're mine, come here. Little one, are you going to make a friend now? Oh, it's got to be one of the most adorable things. I remember my colleagues always say to me, like, are you insane? That's an ugly animal. Why? What is cute about it? But I don't know. I really enjoy the baby wildebeests. But Monique, let me know why you are asking about Australia. And for the rest of you also, let me know, have you been to Australia? Which other parts of the world would you like to discover and explore and see the different wildlife? It's incredible to think, you know, there are people that have been wildlife enthusiasts all their life. I remember the one time we had a guest at my previous lodge and he actually worked for National Geographic. And, you know, conversing with him and finding out about, oh, what have you seen in your lifetime and what's been your best sighting, and it's literally like we haven't seen any animals. We got so excited, and I think at that time this was probably 5 years ago. And at that time he had been doing what he has been doing for 35 years. And even he said, no, I have not been to every single country. I have not yet seen all of the wildlife that Mother Nature has to offer. Even he still has a bucket list of what he needs to see, what he needs to do. And it's rather sad if you think about it. Monique, you are saying you are Australian. You always notice similarities between our parts of the world. And that is why you enjoy Wild Earth so much. Well, thank you, Monique. That's interesting. Monique, I have a question for you. Can you play the didgeridoo? I think that, yes, the didgeridoo. This morning on the radio, the actual host of the show said, oh, how hard can it be? And they got a professional in. He's South African, but he's now done it for 25 years, and he creates his own didgeridoos as well, which of course is that musical instrument. But it was so fascinating, you know, just to hear about, because he's obviously also been to Australia, and to hear about his experiences and everything. But that is amazing, Monique. Perhaps one day I shall come have coffee at your house. We can discuss all of the animals. Or perhaps we can watch safari together. But as I was saying, you know, life is really too short. There's so many things that we think we want to do and that we have to get to and have to tick off of our bucket list. But, you know, we continue saying, no, I'll do it next year, or I'll do it next month, because everything costs money. But I think we really just have to make a plan. If there's something that you've always wanted to do, whether it's going on safari, I've even, you know, whilst working at Disney, I say to guests, that have said, I really, really, really want to go to Africa, then I've said to them, please come, make a plan, do it. I know it's difficult, I know it's expensive, but make a plan. I will even see if I can talk to the lodge and make a plan for you. But I think it's so crucial. If there's something that you've always wanted to do, definitely do it. And particularly when it comes to all of these incredible animals. Perhaps you've never been on safari, and of course Wild Earth is the next best thing. But if you've always considered it and you've always sort of hesitated, I will just tell you today, do it. Monique, you and I are having a fat chat now. You're saying you can't play the didgeridoo. It's taboo for females to play it. Why? Oh my goodness, I'm learning today. That is very fascinating. But speaking of females, Monique, our all-female naturalist team from Djuma will be in the spotlight, supported by our other teams, including myself, as we take the lead in investigating the importance of females in the wild, Monique. And that will be happening tomorrow for International Women's Day. So please, please, please do join us tomorrow. We will all be safari sisters. So as I say, that will be happening tomorrow on the 8th of March for International Women's Day. And of course, our surprise Ask Me Anything guest, Jamie Pattinson, will be joining us as well at 8 p.m. Central African time. Speaking of women, Monique, that is very fascinating. I don't want to, if it's a personal thing, I don't want to delve into it, but I'm definitely going to research that now. You see, we learn every day. I'm very fascinated by this whole didgeridoo thing now. But as I say, perhaps it's a female, not a female, a personal thing. See, I've got female on the brain now with tomorrow's International Women's Day. I'm super excited. I'm going to put on a cape tomorrow, put on my Wonder Woman suit, fly into the office. Leopard lover, you are saying that you live in Australia, and that's actually how you find Wild Earth, looking for leopard videos. That's amazing. Look at us, learning all about one another. Leopard lover, of course, you know you are one of our frequent commentators on Wild Earth as well, and I never knew you lived in Australia. That's super fascinating. Our little one, come through the water. Come. Just don't hurt yourself. Oh, how amazing. No fear, just going through. It trusts its mom. Well, you did it, so I probably can do it. That is awesome, leopard lover. I would love to go to Australia, honestly. For a second there, I was going to do the accent, but I won't do that. You will not like me after it. Kellen, you want to go to Antarctica and the Galapagos Islands for wildlife. Yes, please. Let me know when you've booked it. I will join you. I might just have to get into your suitcase because that sounds expensive, but yes, definitely. You know, I've actually one of my best friends whilst we were working at Disney. So she started her year program 3 months after me. So obviously she stayed 3 months later than I did. And somehow she managed to actually go volunteer in Antarctica for last month that she was in the States. And the stories that she had and the family that she got to stay with and the things that she never saw the Northern Lights. And then on her last evening, as she was getting on the plane and she had a window seat, as she looked out, she saw it. How incredible is that? But yes, there's so much to see really, and so many animals to explore and to discover and to learn about. It really is. I myself, on the continent of Africa, still have so much to discover. But I'll get there. I know I will. Starting with Okukoyo this year. But hopefully I can add some more to the list. But I mean, we're already in March. How has the time gone by so quickly? Well, for now, I'm going to look at all of the animals, see which animals come along to visit us here at the Okukoyo Waterhole as well as Gowrie. But for now, I'm going to send you over to Ralph and Mpho and Amakala.
Hello, good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. We're coming to you live from the Amakala Game Reserve down in the Eastern Cape province, where we have managed to catch up with a breeding herd of elephants with a brand new little baby that they have with them. Now they're deep in the thickets and we can just hear them for now, but we're waiting patiently, hoping that they move towards us. And my name is Ralph Kirsten. On the camera, I've got Mpho with me. Yes, indeed. And it's morning to be out here. It's nice and cool. There's been a lot of rain around, but it's great for the movement of the animals. Everybody's quite comfortable, us included. Got a little bit of warm clothing on, so it's cool. It's not cold, but it's not hot either. So it's fantastic weather, actually. As long as the rain does hold off, we're going to have a lovely morning going into the early afternoon. Now, I just want us to be a little bit quiet and listen, because some of these elephants have been breaking down trees as they move through this thicket. They seem to have slowed up a little bit and maybe now just feeding. So let's have a listen. And of course, as we go into these thickets, it is rather difficult to spot them. So I've just gone ahead of them because they were moving in this direction. But elephants have a knack of knowing exactly where you've gone, and they change direction. So we'll wait here, loop around and see if they've done exactly that and tricked me. Made me think they're going one way, and they've gone another. Anyway, so I'll give it a few more minutes and just see if they pop out. Otherwise, I'll do exactly what I said. But while we loop around and wait, I'm going to head you on over to Nick at Kariega.
Okay, we are in Kariega, having a look at some zebras and some elands here. Look how green that grass is right at the edge of the water. It's amazing. You can see why those zebras are stopping to do a little bit of feeding there. And there's quite a few different groups of zebras around and about today, a few different dazzles of zebras. Kind of scattered all around the clearings here, which is really nice to see. And our swallows that we were chatting about earlier are continuing to do their thing. They seem to kind of be everywhere. So I'm sure we're going to see quite a few of them flitting in and out of our photo here, in and out of our frame. I actually had a pair of lesser striped swallows that were building a little nest by my house, which was really great to see. Remember, a lot of our swallow species, in terms of building nests and things like that, they gather bits of mud. So a lot of the rains will be crucial, obviously, to soften up a lot of those soils, making it easy to maneuver and mold and things like that. You see our Egyptian geese seem to be chasing each other there. Haven't seen any shelducks, any South African shelducks. But it just seems to be Egyptian geese that are chasing each other there this morning. Yeah, I can hear the faint hooting of a shelduck. So there's a shelduck somewhere, but I can hear those ones that were flying. Those were definitely Egyptian geese. I feel like there's an eternal rivalry between Egyptian geese and shelduck here at Scotia Dam. I feel like they're forever challenging each other, chasing each other, flying around, trying to dominate. Who's who in the zoo? Who is dominant here at Scotia Dam? Ah, there he goes again, flying across. Yeah, and they're off again, another bout. I'll definitely have a look and see if I can reposition maybe just now. Potentially get a little bit closer to the dam. Have a look and see if those are geese or shelducks. Try and decipher exactly what's happening. Now let's take you across to Djuma with Lisa.
Thank you, Nick. Just scanning around for some animals. You never know what might pop its head up. But in the meantime, still let me know where you would like to go. Anywhere in the world you are yet to discover. And it doesn't just have to be for the wildlife. Wherever you would like to go. My mother is actually going to, well, she's planning it. She's still considering it, I should say. But going to the USA because my uncle and his wife and kids live there. And then she said, while we are going, perhaps I should just stop in Paris while I can as well, because she's always wanted to go to Paris. I always find it so fascinating how different the world is now to way back then. My best friend is currently living in the UK, and she had a trip now to Paris as well. And, she sort of just made it seem so easy, not easy, but like doable. And as I say, my mom has been wanting to go for years and years, all her life. But where in the world do you want to go and why? And is it because of the wildlife? Catherine, good morning. You are saying you would love to go to India and the Pantanal and lots of places in Africa that you still have to discover. Yes, those two sound wonderful. One of my favorite films ever. I actually haven't watched it in years. I have to watch it again. But is Life of Pi. I don't know if you've seen that film, but it's about this Indian family, and they used to have like a center or this beautiful sanctuary for animals, and then they have to move. And I'm not going to go too much into it if you have not seen it. It really is a brilliant film, Life of Pi. But yes, I would love to go there as well, Catherine. You see, there's just so many. There really are so many. Even for me, just visiting the United States, and some of the animals I got to see there, the black bears, and the bird life there was incredible, particularly in the Smoky Mountains that we went to. But then in North Carolina, I also got to see a cougar, which was pretty fascinating. It's something we hear about often as South Africans. But again, people tend to think, Africa is the only place that wildlife exists. Yes, we do consist of 10% of the world's wildlife population, but there is so much more to discover worldwide as well, and so many animals that we aren't even aware that need our help and that are also endangered. It's not just the wild dogs and the rhinos and the cheetahs that are endangered. There are so many. And I mean, we've had this conversation several times where you guys have actually told me the animals that are endangered in your part of the world. But yes, I too have so many places I still want to see. I shall have to make a plan. Perhaps we should all just go on one big safari and tour the world. I don't know how we're going to do that, but we'll make a plan. You can see the sun has come out a little bit now, which means the impalas are getting a little bit more active. Just look at that beautiful glossy coat. Seems like she's chewing some gum. But I just want to get back to the waterhole and once again try to see if I can see the crocodile, because I've not yet been able to spot it. I did see a water buck. It was not the female with the baby, unless she was hiding it. I just want to have a look-see around. Perhaps it is showing a little bit more of itself, if it's still around, that is.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
Catherine, you are asking what would be my dream destination in Africa. You're asking difficult questions, Catherine. Everywhere? Does that count? No, I literally want to go everywhere. Of course, I want to go see the Great Migration. I would love, love, love to go to the Okavango Delta and be on a canoe amongst elephants and hippos. I would love, love, love to go see the gorillas in Rwanda. I actually used to work with quite a few people at Disney that had hand-on experience with these animals, and they were in Uganda, and just the stories that they told from their experiences. Oh man. But really everywhere, Catherine, as I say. First of all, it's going to be Okakoyo in Namibia. And yes, just really even just the neighboring countries. Would love to go to Botswana. I've been there, but again, it wasn't for proper safari or trip. Namibia, Zambia. I'll start with the ones that are close by first, and then I'll sort of make my way up. But really, anywhere and everywhere. And it really is something I just have to do, honestly. So Nadine and Morgan, the ladies in FC, are recommending flying over the Okavango Delta in a tiny little plane, and then also Lake Kariba. Now Morgan, Nadine, if you guys are recommending that, that means you've got personal experience, which means we are no longer friends. It was nice knowing you, but thank you. No, thank you for those recommendations. I really, really cannot wait to do all of that. And it's difficult, it's tricky when you think about life in general. And everything costs money, and it takes time, it consumes a lot of time. That was the one thing whilst I was in the States as well. So many people asked me, why haven't you been to the Grand Canyon? Why didn't you go to Chicago? Why didn't you go to California? And yes, there's so many places you want to see, but you cannot work and play all the time. You have to sort of find a balance. And believe me, if I had the odd opportunity to do all of that I want to do, just in Africa, not even the other continents yet, I would never be here. And I would be unemployed. And I would not have money to do all of that. So it's all about balance. But please do let me know, where do you still want to go in the world and why? Do you want to go to Paris for the Eiffel Tower? I'm not even going to do the Australian accents. I'm going to butcher it, and you will probably unsubscribe right that second. But where do you want to go and why? And I really am, speaking of the whole female thing and tomorrow being International Women's Day, I really am so excited for that. To delve into the stories that I've had as a female in the industry. Yes, Morgan? Morgan is very excited to link all of you over to elephants and Amakala, so I'm going to keep quiet for now.
Well, we've managed to catch up with them, and this is a beautiful little young bull. Hello, buddy. Is he feeding on that grass? Give us a little flyby. Looks like he's got some debris on his back. So this is wonderful because we're in quite a thick area. Hello, hello, hello. So we generally don't let them so close to the vehicle, but we're a little bit stuck in this spot. But this is wonderful. It's not a problem for us to be so close to them, but especially if it's not a big bull in must and so on. But as I say, a little bit of a tight squeeze here. I'm going to come right past us. Hello. How awesome is that? So I'm going to just move back a little bit because of this pole, but I don't want to disturb it. So let's just... Sorry, buddy. Sorry. There we go. Just a little shift of position. We are, I think, sort of almost in the middle of the herd. Now they've got it all around. We can hear them breaking branches and trees all around us. Lovely. One of my favorite things in the world, to be in the presence of elephants. Especially when they're nice and relaxed like this. Feeding lots of grass there. There's been a lot of rain, so lots of new growth, and the ellies are obviously benefiting wonderfully from that. There is a tiny little baby with this group. If we're lucky, we may get to see it. That's also one of the reasons why they have been sticking in the thickets, sort of keeping the little youngster out of harm's way. They were moving quite fast this morning, but now they have slowed down a bit. I can see a big tree off in the distance shaking around. I think it's one of the bulls that's feeding over there. sure you can hear that. Jasmine, yeah, you've got to have lots of appreciation for these guys. It's they are steeped in African folklore and very much a symbol of wisdom, power, and aggression. So the Africans really hold them in a very, very high regard, with good reason. And there's something very humbling about. My goodness. Sorry, I think Umpo needs to turn the camera just off these guys because we have a massive scotia that looks like it's maybe leaning towards its end. The whole tree has been shaking, and we've got some more elephants just coming out through the thickets next to us. Got a female that's coming through here. She's right behind us. She's just having a good smell of us. I don't know if you can go any more, Mpo, because they're passing right next to us, just giving us a good smell as they pass by. Shame that little youngster he didn't like. I think it's your smell, Mpo, definitely not mine. Anyway, back to the guys that are close to us. I think that big bull has stopped destroying that lovely big tree. I think he may have got what he wanted. There's an elephant right behind us as well. But that's what I always do with elephants, try to anticipate where they're going to go and then move into a spot where there's nice open space next to you, that you're not squashing them in, so not blocking them off on a particular path, that they've got lots of space to move, and then they come to you, as opposed to going to them and encroaching on their space. In this particular instance, they've come to us, and so we sort of have the spatial rights because we were here first. So it does just give you a little bit more of leverage in that sense. And I've always found that that's always kept me in good stead, letting elephants come to you, as to the opposite of moving into their space. Then you need to be very aware of their body language, and if you're not welcome. So those two that we've been watching, a couple of young bulls. Although actually I think the smaller one is a bull, this one might be a female. They're slowly starting to move through the thickets. They are feeding as they go, so they have slowed down as opposed to earlier when they were just on the move. Now they're feeding while they're moving, so they're quite slow in their movements as they're getting all the calories they need to sustain these massive bodies of theirs, and getting the energy required to keep on moving. Fiona, it is incredible, isn't it? Especially when you can hear the power of them breaking big branches. And it won't be little youngsters like this that was shaking that big tree around. That'll definitely be one of the adults, and most likely a bull. So he might pop through here soon. We'll have to see. As this one is just feeding on a mixture of different things. They were feeding on grass. Now there's some of this the needle bushes that they also do like, and the num-nums, and the common star apples, all sorts. They have a wonderful diet here in these parts. They have a nice line of shot there, almost straight into the ear opening, which is in front of the ear flap, as with our ears, and there it was just wiping its eye as well with its trunk. Extremely dexterous with those trunks. They say over 100,000 muscles in the trunk, which results in them having more muscles in their trunk than humans have in their entire body. I think we have something like just over 1,000 muscles. Daniel, most definitely you can smell the elephants. They've got a very particular smell about them, and it always reminds me of camping at the Okukuyu waterhole campsite, where I always used to be setting up dinner for my guests on the fire, and as soon as I could smell that particular smell, if you know what elephants smell like, you'll know what I mean. And I used to say to my guests, although I couldn't see or hear them, I could smell them, and I used to say, everybody get to the waterhole, the elephants are here. And off they'd go. They used to ask me how I knew, and I'd tell them about the smell, and then from then they would know as well that heading to the waterhole when you smell the elephants is always going to result in a wonderful sight. Especially at that particular waterhole, it's just, it's one of those sensational spots, a wildlife spectacle. But yeah, very, very particular smell. They seem to be moving out there into the thicket. There's some more just near to us in the bushes here, but it's crazy how they are literally within 10 meters of us, but we can't see them. And you only really hear them when they break branches as they're feeding. So in a moment I might just turn a little bit, because I think these other elephants might come through in the same spot that these ones did that came up behind us. As these are the first couple of elephants that just crossed the road, but there's still a lot more to come behind. So I'm just going to try and straighten up. So Jackie, before I move, I'm just going to answer your question. One of the best places, well, for me, there's a few, but for me, number one is the largest elephants in the world, and this is none other than Etosha. In the dry season, around sort of August, September, probably the best period, and then you see these absolute giants, and they're very white because of the calcrete soil that they throw on themselves there. Another place is the Chobe National Park in Botswana, and also obviously into the Delta and around the Zambezi. Seeing elephants around and in water is an absolute treat. It's a delight, and just how much they love the water is very special. So yeah, I would say Etosha, Chobe, and also into Mashatu in the southern part of Botswana and in the Okavango Delta. But everywhere the elephants are different. The Addo Elephant National Park near to us here, highest concentration of elephants anywhere in the world, African elephants. They've got over 600 there, and they can still sustain more. So if you want to purely see elephants and you're anywhere near to Cape Town and up the Garden Route, Addo Elephant National Park and this particular part, or the Greater Addo region as well. But for pure size and for those particular white looking elephants, Etosha, and then the Chobe National Park and into the Delta, as well as around the Zambezi. So those are my spots for elephants. Shifting, sorry for the movement here, but I might go into a hole. I can see what's behind me. We're just trying to straighten up. For now, we can actually just watch this tree that is being shuffled around by, I'm assuming, a bull. But it's incredible, the power that they have. Ooh. You might break off that tree down. It looks like a Scotia afra or the Karoo Bourbon, and they really like the leaves as well as the flowers that they produce. Yeah, so they are some a little bit closer to us. I'm just going to turn, otherwise we're going to miss them. Through and over the road. I'm going to try and stick my nose in there and see this bull that's shaking the tree there. Another safari vehicle that is coming in. There's day safaris that are now busy. Just have a look here. Let's see if we can get a better look. There he is. There he is. The big bum of a big bull. Now, just for interest's sake, you come towards me here, I'm going to give them space because this is a bit of an elephant highway here, and if I sit in this path, that's when you sort of might get yourself into a little bit of a confrontation. So if this bull decides to turn around and follow on the herd on the same pathway, I'll just give him some space.
Sorry about that. We'll get Rolf and his Heffalumpies back as soon as we can, but what a treat. Even if it is not at a waterhole that I'm monitoring, I love it when the naturalists see elephants. Of course, on our sunset safaris, the past few days, we've been seeing a lot of elephants. It's been very, very fascinating. But hopefully they get a view on the little one and get to see it. I remember the other day when you announced the little one, I think it was something like 70 hours that it was old. So it's still very tiny. So I really do hope, for the sake of all of us, we get to see it. What is that animal? Is that an impala? Very odd looking animal. Ah yes, you are an impala all by yourself. Oh no, I stand corrected. Your male is following far behind. I would not be impressed. I would not mate with him if I were you. Look how far away he is. What is he going to do? What is he going to do? If anything attacks you, if anything tries to intimidate you. All the way back there. Come now. Protect your ladies. And the animals we have right now at the waterhole, everybody together, are springbok, impala, zebras, wildebeest, oryx, Egyptian geese, dabchick, the little grebe. So it's a rather productive day in terms of actual activity. But yes, just to join with what Rolf was saying, the elephants here, I cannot wait to see them in real life. And the one thing I really, really, really want to do is go on a bushwalk. Even if they just allow me to walk around the waterhole, I think it must be so fascinating. The tracks, the dung, the insects, to walk amongst the rocks as well and to sort of see what life is amongst the rocks. That would be very interesting. But this is, as Nick would call it, a smattering of animals. I always get such a giggle when he says that. A lovely smattering of animals. Now, Oryx, you have to move a little bit off to the left, come more to our side, and then you'll find the fresh water. But remember to keep your questions and your comments coming. I love hearing from all of you, as does Rolf, as well as Nick. It really makes everything so much more special. I mean, watching these animals in itself is already such a privilege. But sharing it with you is even better, so do get in touch with us. Catherine, you are saying that you love the desert adapted elephants in Namibia. I cannot wait to see them, honestly. I think it's going to be... And you know what I find so funny always? When people often ask, when we have elephants in Madikwe, why are they red? And then over here, why are they white? And in Sabi, why are they grey? Of course, that is, as Rolf mentioned, that is due to the soil that they dust bathe with. And I cannot wait to see it. I think it is going to be so phenomenal. I mean, I've seen a lot of elephants in my life. More than I can count, and I'm so grateful. Wait. No. You are not having your fights here. We do not have our first aid kit today. Take it somewhere else. But I really am looking forward so much to seeing the elephants here, specifically in Namibia. My mom also said, I have to tell you the best story. So when my mom went to this destination, of course they did a road trip and everything. And she said to her friend, she went with a friend, she said to him, please don't go off the road, because of course it's very loose soil and sand and everything. And he ended up going off the road. And it was getting kind of dark. And they were literally like 10 minutes away from their destination, from the lodge. But he chose the scenic route. He said, let's just take this pathway instead of this one. And she said, please, okay, never mind, it's too late. And they got stuck. And he was getting out. And she also got out of the vehicle, just to be on the lookout. And he was starting to sort of dig the soil out, just to give the wheels some grip so they can try and get away. And she says as she glanced over her shoulder, she just saw this massive silhouette of an animal with tusks and a trunk coming towards them. And my mom loves animals, but she loves them over there. She doesn't want them all up in her face. And the best thing the best way she describes it is, every 5 minutes when she looked over her shoulder, this big thing was just coming towards them closer and closer. And she says her friend was still busy digging, and he's like driving Miss Daisy, taking his time. It's getting dark, and she's getting anxious, but she doesn't want to make a scene. And she says the next thing, when she looked at the elephant again, it was right up in their faces, and it said, "Toot toot." That is how she explains it. And the elephant was, of course, not very sure what he's looking at, and they were not sure what to do. But luckily, it sort of just gave a few trumpets and then moved off. But needless to say, she was not at all impressed. I think he got a lot of silent treatment for the rest of the evening. But the way she explains it is just hilarious. And the next thing, the elephant just said, "Toot toot." And he was right up in their faces. But luckily, they got away unharmed. Everything was okay. And yes, sometimes the road less traveled is very rewarding, but not always, especially if the sun is setting and you don't know where you're going, and you still have a destination to get to. Leopard lover, you're still with us all the way from Australia. You see, I butchered it. I'm sorry, I apologize. You are saying, cool fact about the songbirds, their evolutionary origins are here in Australia, or there in Australia. You see, we're learning every single day. I have actually read an article not too long ago about the songbirds, because I went on a trip. This was almost a year ago. I say the other day. I went on a trip with my best friend to Clarence, and we also saw a lot of sunbirds. Sunbirds. You see, I'm not thinking of sunbirds. But songbirds, that's fascinating. I did not know that. Thank you, leopard lover. You see, we are learning every single day. Songbirds. But let me know about the country that you are watching from. And leopard lover, Monique, I'm going to ask a very silly and touristy question now, but where you live, are there like kangaroos and koalas commonly found? I don't want to say like, do you find them in your garden? Because a lot of people have the misconception when you say you're from Africa. They're like, oh, so you've got a lion in your backyard. But what is it like with kangaroos and koalas? Are they mostly found in the wild? Are they found in sanctuaries? I apologize if I sound very uneducated right now. I just want to hear it. I've read about them and I have researched it, but I want to hear it from your personal perspective. Can you actually go on safari to see them? Do they occur commonly all over Australia? Is it just certain areas that they are found in? But also, while I wait for Monique and Leopard Lover, and perhaps if you're also from Australia, tell me all about it. Tell me where you are watching from. I know James also asked this question yesterday on Safari, but I always find it so fascinating. We don't tend to think that people are watching literally from all over. But I would love to hear, where are you watching from? Catherine, hello again. You are watching from Germany. That's interesting. Thank you so much for joining us all the way from Germany. That is very interesting. Do you have any stories about Germany, about wildlife, or anything that you can share with us? Whilst I was working at Disney, one of my roommates was German. Julia. She was very funny. But let me know where else all of you are watching from. And if you've got any wildlife stories to share with me. Or educate me a little bit on your country. As you can see, I definitely need it. I definitely am one of those people that learn more when something gets told to me or when I actually observe something as opposed to just reading it. So educate me all about the koalas, the kangaroos in Australia, the animals that you find in your country or on your continent. Lenny, are you with us? You are saying you are from Phoenix, Arizona, USA, representing. That is also the one place I wanted to go, that I didn't get to go. Well, I probably could have, but again, you can't work and play all the time. Wow, Lenny, you are very far away as well. Isn't it amazing to think how wonderful technology can be? I'm not always a fan, but the fact that you are sitting on a completely different continent, as am I, and we are enjoying animals in a different country, live, as it's happening, in real time. I wonder how my BFF is doing. I've not seen it in quite some time again now. If you're not familiar, it's a black fluffy foal. One of the zebras here. It was actually the first foal that I saw. And this was last year already. Quite a few months ago already. But it was literally the fluffiest and the darkest zebra I've ever seen in my life. But I've not seen it in quite some time now. I wonder if it's okay, if it's alright. Leopard lover, you are educating me on where I can find koalas and kangaroos. You're saying koalas are in most of Australia, except for Northern Territory and Western Australia, where you are. But kangaroos are found in the bush, 20 minutes from you. And even on the golf courses, that's funny. It's like, Oh, along with peacocks. That's very interesting. That is really funny. It's like, some of the towns in South Africa, there are hippos walking around at a fuel station, or when you go to Kruger and you are playing a round of golf at Skakuza, you'll perhaps encounter a pack of wild dogs that just took down a kudu. Guys, no, please. I cannot, no. I really do not want to witness another injury. Oh, Morgan, you should definitely do that then. Lovely voice in my ear. Morgan is saying that that is on her bucket list. Going to play golf at Skukuza. If you are not familiar, Skukuza is an area in Kruger Park itself. And they've got an actual golf course there in the national park. And often, there are very, very exotic sightings there. Like wild dogs killing a kudu, or lions just moving around, or even leopards. And of course, the other animals as well, zebras, all of that. And again, the animals just adapt. They're like, oh well, you chose to plant some very lovely green grass here, so we shall be foraging around. If you hit us with a golf ball, we will eat your club.
The state of our planet is now critical. Children are the future conservationists, and it is more important than ever that we reach them. By encouraging them to understand nature, love it, and interact with it, we hope that they will want to preserve it. At Wild Earth, we are now able to bring back our Wild Earth Schools program, thanks to our explorers. Thanks to you guys for helping to reach kids from all over the globe and teach them about nature. Wild Earth Explorers, making a difference.
Dutch girl, you are saying that you are watching all the way from the Netherlands. Thank you for joining us. I always feel so honored when you guys start to tell me where you are actually joining us from, because it really just, it humbles me a lot. to know that you are joining us all the way from somewhere else in the world and you are still just as excited and passionate as we are about all of these animals. And Dutch Girl, do you have any animals where you find yourself? One of my sisters actually stay there as well. They immigrated, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. And she is loving it. She always sends us photos and it seems like a lovely place to find yourself. Nadine, Morgan and Jack are saying that they are watching from MC and they love us. Or me, or all of us. I don't love you too. I get awkward when people say I love you. You've got nice hair. No, I know you guys are watching from MC. Do you have any destinations you still want to travel to? Oh, I nearly got very excited. I thought I saw baby oryx. That's disappointing. Wait, is that a baby oryx or is it a springbok that is trying to confuse me? No, 'tis a springbok, you silly animal. Well, before I talk too much nonsense today, I'm going to send you back to Nick, who's in Kariga.
Alrighty, we've managed to find ourselves a beautiful big elephant bull. He is a monster, he's an absolute beauty. Large and in charge would be the term I'd use to coin him. So in terms of where we've come to now, we've come a little bit further west from Scotia Dam, just so everybody's able to orientate themselves. A few kilometers to the west, so we've just come to a slightly different portion of the reserve, different section of the reserve. Obviously you can see there is a road winding kind of just behind him there. That is the road that I was driving. And then there is that tree just to the top left of the frame, and just kind of on the right hand side of the tree you can see some reddish sandy colors. So there is a waterhole just there. That is the start of the waterhole. It banks down there. So in terms of the position of where he is, I feel like he's got himself a beautiful spot. There's water if he wants to drink there. Obviously you can see there's a thicket here if he wants to do a bit of browsing. And then obviously this nice soft lush green grass, which he is taking full advantage of. And he really is a big boy, this guy. I'd probably say he must be weighing, maybe about 5.5 tons or so. He's really big. If you look at the weight distribution of him, you can see there's been that transition of weight. A lot of his mass is by his shoulders, by his chest. Obviously he's got a massive head. Remember, elephants living for sort of 60, 65 years. It's only once they start getting to that sort of 40, 45 year mark that transition of weight starts to shift from the sort of the rump area going forward. And he is an absolute beauty. Look at that tusk as well. Oh, shaking a little bit of dust off the head. That's not from us, he's not frustrated from us. He's just getting on with life. Maybe potentially a shift of strategies here. Maybe he's going to stop feeding on the grasses and do a little bit of browsing. And bear in mind, throughout the different seasons that we do have, going from summer to winter, there is a shift and a change in his diet. Kelsey, you are 100% right. The colors and contrast that we've got is perfect for photography. He has just decided to give us the bum shot, or essentially the middle finger. I'm not too sure what he's up to. You can see he's like wagging himself side to side. That tail came up, which is usually quite indicative of prepping to go to the toilet. But no, it is an absolutely lovely scene for a bit of photography. I'm going to stick around here and see if he does maybe spin around and kind of face us again. But the contrast of those green colors with his more sort of orangey body color is very contrasting. So he's obviously been throwing a lot of sands and things over himself, potentially even headed down to that waterhole earlier this morning. And you can see how he's just gently flapping his ears there. So remember, he's doing that to cool himself down. He's not frustrated with us. You sometimes do see elephants when they are showing a little bit of aggression, shaking of the head, and the ears will come forward. They will face forward. He won't flap them backwards and forwards. Those ears would face forward, making himself look just a little bit more menacing. And this looks like our bull who only has one tusk. You can see initially we were looking at the right hand side of his face. Now he's obviously switched positions, and you can see on that left hand side how he doesn't have a tusk. Remember, this specific bull, he got into a fight with one of the other large bulls, quite a similar size to him, and during that fight the tusk actually broke off. Which obviously takes phenomenal power to break something like a tusk off. So it looks like a lot of those shrubs around him there, those are our plumbagos. I'm sure there's going to be one or two different types of bushes scattered in and amongst that. I need to get a bit closer to ID them. But it looks like it's pretty easy to be pulling some of those little leaves and branches and things off. Remember, if he was struggling to break anything off that remaining tusk that he's got, he would use that almost like a lever to help him to snap off a lot of those branches. And he hasn't used that once yet since he's moved into the thicket. Remember, like we were saying, there's a shift of diet between the seasons. So remember, in summer when we get a lot of our rain, And we've seen the grasses, they're looking so good, they're nutrient rich at the moment. Elephants will generally shift their diet, eating a lot more grasses in the summer. And then as things start to kind of dry up and wither more in the winter season, they shift their diet to a lot of leaves, roots as well, which are holding good amounts of water. So it is quite interesting to see for the moment how he has decided to move from those grasses into the thicket. You know, exactly where he was feeding, the grasses were luminous. You could see it looked so good to eat. But I guess maybe, you know, you think of humans. Sometimes you feel like having something sweet. Sometimes you feel like having something salty. Maybe he's in the mood for something salty. He's an impressive animal though. You're not going to find too many bums bigger than that out in the bush here. He is playing hide and seek. It's amazing how such a big animal can go and remain concealed so easily. Look at that. If you were driving past now, you would never know there's an elephant there. I mean, that is just crazy. You can kind of see zoomed out just the top of his back there. But I mean, that is at shoulder height. That is a tall elephant. And I mean, we talked about weight. He's going to be pushing close to 6 tons. You know, he's 5.5 tons or so. He's a big-sized animal. And just like that, he's concealed. So if you think about a lot of the behavior of elephants, think about yesterday. We had a very windy day here at Kariega. And in types of conditions like that, often what you do find is the herds of elephants, and even those singular bulls like this, solitary bulls, they go down into the valleys, often where the vegetation is a lot thicker than the top of the ridge lines. You can kind of see at the top of the frame how open it is there. And obviously down in those valleys it would be a lot more protected from the wind. Obviously with that thicker vegetation, that denser vegetation, it's harder to spot the elephants as well. So for us it becomes much more difficult to find them. I think in terms of what this bull has done, I think he's just shifting positions. Maybe he's seen a nice flower or something like that that he wants to eat. You can see the top of that shrub there, just moving every now and then. So he's still there, just doing a little bit of feeding still. And if you have just managed to join us, I'm so glad that you could be here. We do have an elephant, believe it or not, in and amongst these shrubs here at Kariega. You've joined myself, Nick, here at Kariega. We started off at Scotia Dam. We had a little smattering of different species, impalas, zebras, nyalas and things like that. Now we've got an elephant bull that's hiding. Also in the Eastern Cape at Amakhala, Rolf has also had some elephants. They've been playing hide and seek, so pretty similar to what this elephant's been doing. I feel like it's the trend of our escape to nature today, at least between the elephants in the Eastern Cape. And then also Lisa's had a few impala in Djuma, as well as some wildebeest and zebras in Okukuyo. And I'm so glad that you could join us. Remember, if you do have any questions, any comments or anything like that, send those bad boys in. Let us know your thoughts, your feelings, if you'd like to see anything in particular. I would like to show you an elephant who is not hiding, but for the moment he's actually done a stellar job of remaining concealed. So I might look to reposition just now. And it is a lovely view just kind of looking across here. Look at that, absolutely beautiful. You can see how we are right at the top of a ridge line here, how it is nice and open. And then on the left hand side you can see how that dense Albany thicket really starts there. So we were starting to chat about how in windy conditions elephants go down into the deep valleys, and you can kind of just see how impenetrable that thicket is there. So pretty good spot for something like elephants to go down into. Obviously down in those thickets you'll find other animals. Kudus, that would be a good place for kudus to go. Remember, they enjoy the thicker environments. Nadia, yeah, 100%. The elephant has read the title of the show essentially, but he hasn't read the script that we've written for him, giving us a little bit of a tough time. But no, nonetheless, it is amazing just to be out and about. Humidity levels have definitely risen quite a lot as well. There's lots of those little midges that are flying all over the place. And down by Scotia Dam clearings, remember we had a lot of barn swallows hawking those little insects on the wing. Further west here, haven't really seen too many of the barn swallows here. But where we are by this waterhole, it's usually really good for ammo falcons. Usually if I have been wanting to spot any ammo falcons, this is usually the spot to come. But unfortunately, there's none of them here. Them and the elephants have got the same idea, and they are playing hide and seek. But maybe I'll look to reposition, see if we can get another view of our big bull. And in the meantime, let's take you across to Lisa in Okukuyo.
Dankeschön, merci beaucoup. Baie dankie, thank you, Nick. You see? Trying to represent everyone today. We have finally got our storks coming in. And how wonderful it is to always watch them. I know we have been seeing this quite often, but I find it very fascinating how they all soar around, use the thermals to save their energy, and then just come in for landing and blom. If you're wondering, blom is an Afrikaans word which means flower, but it's something that we use in Afrikaans that we say, I just sat and blom, or blommed, which means you're just taking it easy, chilling. Michelle, it's always so good to hear from you, Michelle. You're saying you're watching from the US, East Coast. You've got black bears, foxes, coyotes, all of that on your property. Shouldn't you be sleeping? You're saying yes, you should be sleeping, but you stay awake just for Escape to Nature. Thank you, Michelle. It's always so wonderful to hear from you. And I hope you are recovering well. I'm thinking of you. And it's always so wonderful to hear from all of you. If you have just tuned in and you are wondering what random things are these people discussing again today, I asked the question, where are you watching from? And do you have any wildlife where you're from? Or is there any place you want to go in particular in the world for any particular wildlife? Black bears, foxes, coyotes. I still want to see a coyote. I have not yet seen that. Which adds to the list of a lot of animals that I am yet to see. And believe me, there are a lot of African animals that I still have to see. But for now, with all of you, I am watching the Abdom storks coming in for landing at the Okukoya waterhole. We've also got some springbok, zebra, oryx, wildebeest, everything that is coming to say hello to all of you beautiful people. Daniel, you are watching all the way from the Netherlands as well, just like Dutch girl. You are saying there's a lot of wildlife there, but not in the form of animals or in the shape of animals. Yes, I can agree with that one. We have those too here in Africa, believe me, Daniel. They are found everywhere in the world, I believe. Sadly, not an endangered species. I'm being very ugly now. But thank you for letting me know, Daniel. Monique, you are saying you can see wild koalas, kangaroos and bats within 20 minutes of your house. Koalas are specific regions and best seen in a sanctuary or a zoo. Kangaroos or subspecies are almost everywhere. You see, I want to see a kangaroo. I've always wanted to see a kangaroo. Probably like anyone that hasn't been on safari in Africa, they want to see a zebra and a giraffe. I would probably be that tourist in Australia. I want to see a kangaroo. Oh my gosh, it's a kangaroo. Another one, another one. But thank you for letting me know, Monique. Catherine, you are saying you live close to a forest where you've seen some deer, foxes, wild boars, badgers, hares, rabbits from horseback. Wow. Are the badgers over there as tenacious as they are here in Africa? You see, today I would love for all of you to educate me on your wildlife. Are they as feisty and as, well, yes, feisty, aggressive, tenacious as the badgers that we see here in Southern Africa? Starbuck, you are saying these storks are very weird and you would like to know if they migrate. I love how you always think they are so fascinating. Yes, they do migrate, Starbuck. They have no particular pattern, believe it or not. If you actually look them up, there's not a lot of data and research and actual captions with regards to their specific migration patterns. So they are seasonal migrators. They follow the rain because they look for insect outbreaks. So they are insectivores and that is what they want. Right now I don't know what they are looking for because I can't think that there's any insects around for them. But yes, they do migrate. For the most part, from what research and data tells us, and that is not just from my bird app, but that is also from some extensive research I've tried doing on them. For the most part, they are believed to go east and southeast from here, which would be more to South Africa. But you never know, just like everything else. Animals adapt. So if the rainfall season changes, they are going to change their patterns. Just like all of the animals that we see out here.
Thank you, Wild Earth, for this absolutely fantastic prize at Matea Safari Lodge at Madekwa in South Africa. I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program at its onset in 2019 and have absolutely loved every minute I have experienced in the bush with all the characters of Wild Earth, both human and hairy. Thank you again, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
Oryx, you're already past the birds. You can go into the water now. I think you're good. Alrighty, I will continue to watch them. And for now, I'm going to send you back to Nick in Kariga.
Okay, our elephant can try and hide, but he will not succeed. We have found him again. Yes, please. And we will have a quiet celebration while he is in the open here. There's a small little gap that I've managed to find here. Kind of looks like he's in the relative open, but literally just on either side of the frame, it becomes very thick. And I want everybody to have a good look at his rump there. Not to make him feel self-conscious about his bum. But he does have a little something. There you can see there, he does have a wound. And a pretty significant one as well. You can see how his tail's swatting from side to side. Much more so than is normal, than is quite regular, I'd say. So maybe there is like a little fly. I remember with this humidity, we've talked about all those little midges flying around today. So I think he's just trying to chase them off. So I do have a question for you all, and I'd love to hear your thoughts, your opinions. How do you think this bull got his wound? What do you think that is from? It's definitely a pretty significant one. I feel like we've got a great view here though. little bit of a strange body position. Both of his back legs kind of facing forward like that, and then both of his front legs facing backwards. It doesn't look very comfortable. But you can see how he's kind of now oscillated back towards feeding on the grasses, which is great to see. Not that there's anything wrong with feeding on some of the shrubs and things like that. It's actually going to be more beneficial for him to feed on the grasses in terms of the longevity of his teeth. Remember, when he's feeding on a lot more denser, woodier type of vegetation, like he would in the winter months, it's a lot more taxing on his teeth. So remember, things like roots and bark, branches and things like that, it's going to have a lot more effect on his molars. They're going to wear them down faster. Remember, an elephant like this will go through 6 different sets of teeth in his lifetime. And obviously it's easier to be feeding on the grasses than a lot of that woodier type of vegetation. So it's great for him that he is able to choose exactly what he wants to feed on. Hey, Catherine, you hit the nail on the head. Maybe he got tusked. Yeah, I would say it's from when he got into that fight with that other bull, that rival bull of his. Possibly even when he had that fight and he lost his tusk. I mean, who knows? But that definitely looks like a tusk that's gone into his rump there. So it is possible that maybe in the dispute that they had, maybe this bull that we're having a look at, maybe didn't win the fight, and maybe he was actually running away from that other bull. And in the process of that, while he was running away, that bull really gave him a good stab in the bum there. He is really playing hide and seek with us. My word. Oh, well, that's that. There you go. I'll have to reposition again to get another view of him. Yo, I feel like the elephants in the Eastern Cape just do not want to play ball today. My goodness. But that was a lovely view to have of him there. You know what's going to happen is I'm probably going to loop around to the other side of the thicket, get another amazing view of him for a few minutes, and then he'll probably come back to this original spot here. Remember, the communication of elephants, the large majority, sort of as much as 80% of the communication, is at frequencies that we can't hear. So I can just picture this guy sending some low frequency type of communication that I can't hear to his mate that's 4 kilometers away and saying, you should see the cuck that I'm giving these guys here, the hard time that I'm giving these guys, rather, it's a better word to say, and just having a good little chuckle with his friend. But it is amazing in terms of that communication. The longest traveling types of calls, they're going to send vibrations through the ground, which is just wild to think about that. You know, you think of how much vegetation cover there is. I mean, does thicker vegetation prevent those vibrations from traveling further compared to sort of more open areas? And those other elephants will pick those vibrations up through their feet. There's been quite a lot of study of those types of communications done in Central Africa, where it's very, very thick in the forests there. Betty, I've been too busy going on about elephants here. My mind is just racing. This is a plumbago flower. Plumbago. Remember we said the shrub that we thought that he was looking to potentially feed upon was a plumbago. So this is the flower of that. Quite a characteristic, almost like a bluish, purplish coloured flower. I hope the colour's coming across right to you guys there. But it grows in small sort of clusters like this. You can see these ones are still pretty low down to the ground, so these ones can potentially still do quite a lot more growing. But I mean, in terms of sort of full height, the shrub's not going to get much higher than, I'd say, 6 meters, 8 meters maybe. It's not going to grow to be a massive type of shrub. But it's browsed upon by quite a few different species. Obviously the elephant will feed on it. You'll get things like elands which will come and feed on that. And it's a really cool looking flower. It's quite a striking flower. So obviously with most of our shrubs and trees and things, most of them will be flowering now over our summer period. And it's really nice to see some of them out here, because remember, it's now sort of the start of the year around that whole Scotia Dam clearing area. There's a lot of the plumbago shrub then, and all of them were in flower. There was these flowers all over the place. And now they've kind of withered up. Those have died. So there are actually no plumbago flowers out by Scotia Dam at all. So it's really nice to see these ones that are out and about. It's a nice little surprise. So I've just got a brief little glimpse of that elephant. Just the top of his back moving through the thicket. He's gone off. Looks like he's potentially moved out of the thicket. And there is a potential chance that he might head down to the waterhole. I'm really hoping that he will. I mean, we've kind of seen his movements have been a little bit erratic this morning in terms of going this way, then going that way, then changing direction. But I am hoping that he'll head to the waterhole. Maybe he'll put a show on for us. Have a little bit of a drink and maybe even splash some water over himself. I'm going to go and have a look to see if he's read the script for us. Let's go across to Okokuyo and see what Lisa's got.
Thank you, Nick. We've got some more oryxes joining us. However, no calves yet. We have not seen an oryx calf in quite some time. I think we deserve one. But we shan't be spoiled. We will be absolutely grateful for everything that we see out here. Morgan is saying if there was a bird of prey or even a predator, I mean, they would blend in so well. And you're probably thinking, Lisa, a predator would be spotted immediately. That is not always the case. I remember one of my most, interesting sightings that I had. We were watching some impala on the plain, and there was literally a lioness amongst them. And one of my colleagues pulled in, and they stood next to me, and they called over the radio, I'm pulling into the sighting of a female lion. And I'm like, are you insane? We are looking at impala, you silly human being. And he said, you didn't see the female, did you? And there was literally a female lion lying amongst the impala, literally in between them, and they didn't know. They had no idea. And sadly, it was one of those days where there was conflict on the vehicle between guests in terms of, half of them wanted to see a potential kill and the other half didn't want to. And unfortunately, then you have to sort of consider the people that don't want to, as it could potentially be traumatic for them. So we had to leave. And literally 2 minutes out of the sighting after we left, the lioness did successfully take down an impala. So you wouldn't know, Morgan. These storks are like, what is happening over here? We see animals putting their head in the ground here. What's this? You can see the springbok just off to the left at the bottom. That is where the inlet is for the water if we do fill it. Not we, but of course the conservation team. But the animals smell that fresh water. You know, we tend to think, oh, elephants are so brilliant and so intelligent and they use their senses so well. But I mean, all of these animals know that there's something happening here. And as you can see, monkey see, monkey do. So the springbok are all like, ooh, Sally, what have you got over there? And then Sally will tell her friend, and Sandra will tell her friend, and before you know it, all of that water will also be done or gone. Ella, you are age 11. Thank you so much for joining us. You would like to know, do ostriches hide their heads like in cartoons? So Ella, I don't have a lot of experience with ostriches. I know Nick, Rolf, some of our other naturalists do because they see them quite frequently. But Ella, I can tell you that ostriches are often found eating soil and rocks, and often they'll use their beaks to sort of get to that, and that helps with their digestion. But in terms of putting their heads in the actual soil, like in the cartoons when they are hiding or just pretending they don't know anything, no, they don't really do that. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone. You're welcome to jump in here. But ostriches are very interesting birds. I don't know if you have seen that clip of Kevin Hart where he speaks about, I don't know where he was even, but he says himself and his friend were in a car, and the next thing there was an ostrich next to the car, and they were just watching it and they threw it with a pen. I don't know why, but it happened. And the explanation and how he elaborates on the experience after that is just absolutely hilarious, because ostriches are, of course, very, very fast birds. They do have a very strong kick to them, and they just very interesting birds when it comes to their plumage, when they are in mating season, in terms of, you know, both the male and the female incubating the eggs and all of that. But Ella, you never know, hey? There might be an ostrich out there that is actually part of the Cartoon Network or some of those channels that we have. But no, to answer your question in short, no, they do not. However, you do see them quite often eating soil and rocks and things like that. And speaking of soil and rocks, I just came upon or across a very, very interesting post on social media, and I want to know what your thoughts are. So what the post is about, it's called a Mundi. I apologize if I mispronounced that. A Mundi capsule. Now, the project that assures humans continue as part of the life cycle. So instead of a coffin, the person is placed in an organic capsule. The idea was developed by the Italian designers Anna Catelli and Raoul Bretzel. Now, basically, it promises people to be able... Oh my goodness! Hello, elephant! Okay, elephant, we'll come to you now. I just quickly want to finish this very interesting story. Now, basically, it promises people to be able to continue the cycle of life even after death. So it's got an oval shape and has been made of starch bioplastic, which is then serving as the biodegradable urn, and that receives the body of a person in a fetal position and is then buried like the seed of a tree. In this way, a tree is planted on top of that in such a way that the body of the deceased provides the necessary nutrients to help the plant grow, creating a legacy for posterity and the future of our planet. What do you think of that? I know how I feel about that, but what do you guys think about that? Very interesting concept. Would you be interested in something like that? Do you think it could be good for our planet? Do you think it might be disrespectful? Let me know. But we've got an elephant! I just want to see, I think it's our single male. Yes. Don't tell anyone, but he's my favorite here in Okokoyo. I enjoy the other two bulls as well, and the other elephants with their babies and everything, but him in specific, he's just on his own mission, going through life, minding his business. And again, he's very recognizable by his tusks. And himself and the other two bull elephants don't have a lot of hair at the tip of the tail. That could be for various reasons. Perhaps they were born that way. I was sadly not present when they were born, so I can't tell you. Or it might have been, during their lifetime going through a lot of thick vegetation, rubbing against thorns and trees and things like that. It may have actually taken their hair off of the tail as they carry on. But this is a fairly older bull. Yes, you tell that birds. He just came out of nowhere. Eddie, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. You are saying this is the busiest waterhole that you have ever seen. It definitely is. It really gives us a lot of animals. However, Eddie, I will tell you, if you were watching Escape to Nature or this particular waterhole probably a month and a half ago, you would not be saying the same. It was green, lush, a lot of flowers and grass, everything around. And of course, with that, the animal activity did actually decrease, believe it or not. We had a lot of springbok around, but with the rain that fed everything in the rest of the park, the animals were rather absent. So this is actually an indication that the rest of the park is pretty dry, as are the water holes. But we're not complaining. That bodes well for us. The animals are all over and they are enjoying the water. And this is I don't know what's happening here. Goodness, calm down, camera. But this is a man-made waterhole. So the water level is becoming rapidly low. And I suspect if there's no rain coming soon, the conservation team will probably, if I had to guesstimate, probably fill it within the next week or two. Because the problem is the animals don't just come to drink water. As you can see, the oryx, the zebras, those animals are physically going into the water as well. And having furry coats or hairy coats, they are soaking up the water in the process as well. So it's not just a case of drinking, but cooling off, getting yourself wet so that you can stay cool as soon as you leave the waterhole as well. But yes, Eddie, this is a really busy waterhole. And specifically the Apgum storks are also making it look very, very vibrant. But they too are seasonal migrators. So as soon as the rain season is over, which should be in the next, well, statistically speaking, should be in the next month or two, then they will probably move on to other places where there will be some rainfall for them there. But for now, we are definitely taking full advantage of all of the animals. Kate, good morning. That time of day where you're confused. You are saying you are happy to see the elephants not bullying all of the other animals away. I don't think they always bully them. I think sometimes, they just don't always... They are very big and they can't always help it. Yes, let's be honest, we have seen some sightings where the elephants really make it very, very clear that they are the biggest and they are the strongest and they intimidate the other animals. I mean, at this very waterhole, I've seen an elephant chase out a rhino that was also just trying to cool off, minding its own business, not bothering anyone, not invading any space. But yes, sometimes they can be a little bit nasty. But again, I don't think it's, purposefully. I think they're just really huge animals, and sometimes they can't help themselves. But I have to say, for me personally, from what I've been seeing with this elephant, observing him now for the last couple of months, he's really very, very gentle. And I know that sounds like such a silly cliche, but he really always comes by, minds his own business. Every now and again he will find himself with the other two bulls, but then they sort of split up again. But when he comes to the waterhole, generally, he sort of just comes, has some water, has a little bit of a splash party, and then he'll carry on again. But just like humans, they have their days where they are provoked, where they are irritated. Not just the elephants, I believe all animals. You don't know what happened to that animal when it woke up. Perhaps it got harassed by a pride of lions and it got away just with a split second of grace. But elephants in particular, we know that they are very emotional animals. But I believe again, personal belief and opinion, I believe that all of these animals have their own story and personality and dynamic.
Amakhala, a wonderland of natural beauty. Now you can experience it for yourself at the Amakhala Safari Lodge, the perfect safari getaway where luxury meets nature seamlessly. Enjoy poolside peacefulness and exhilarating safari drives by day, and fine dining with fireside coziness by night. Sign up to be an explorer and you could stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the Amakhala Safari Lodge.
How incredible is this? All of these animals, oryx, springbok, elephants, storks, zebras. And I think the most humbling thing for me personally, and again, this is just me giving my own opinion and interpretation, but these animals don't even realize how amazing they are and how fascinating they are, how incredibly well designed they are. An elephant with its trunk, not the impalas, the springbok, with their white faces. These storks, to think that they don't overheat, I would die in this heat. 38 degrees Celsius. That is what it's going to become today, if it's not already. And they just carry on. Look for... Oh! Goodness! Bokkie. Let me just see if that springbok is okay. Oof. That was a quick recovery though. Doesn't seem to be limping. If you're wondering what it fell into now, that is the spring that all of the animals are actually putting their heads into, constantly wanting to get to the fresh water, because that is where the inlet is for the water hole when it gets filled. Oof, that was a quick recovery. Jackal, good morning. You would like to know if there's an average time that the elephants stay at the waterhole for. No, it really, just like anything else, you know, it really differs. Sometimes they stick around for long. Yesterday when we did see the two bulls, they literally drank water and they took off. It really depends on, I wouldn't even say the activity at the water, because that wouldn't really deter elephants. This male in particular, I mean, he can do whatever he wants. He's on his own mission, he lives by himself, he does whatever he wants. So if he wants to stay here the whole day, that's what he's going to do. But it also, I mean, it depends on how far they have traveled for water, how hot it is, how long they've been traveling, and also, do they have babies in the herd? Of course, this one is by himself, but if it's a big herd with a lot of calves and a lot of babies, you know, that will also play a role. For me personally, this was months ago, but when we did still see the herds with the babies and everything at this waterhole, it wasn't long that they stayed. I mean, they would have a good pool party or so. They'd stay about for 20 minutes and then they'd head off. But again, it really depends on the animal's needs, what happened to it before it came to the waterhole, when last did it drink, when last did it actually have a mud bath or a proper splash. But no, it really can be anything. I mean, I've had sightings where elephants stay at a waterhole for literally 1 minute and head off, and I'm talking about a whole herd. And then I've had sightings where elephants have literally been at one waterhole for the whole day. So it really just depends on the animal, just like everything else. You know, some animals will stay on their kill for as long as they can, if they have that opportunity, like a leopard. If the kill is worsted, it's not likely to get stolen by anything unless it's another leopard. However, if it's on the ground, it will eat it, finish it as soon as it can, because if hyenas or anything comes to it, then they will of course chase the leopard off if they can. So it always depends on what is going on around the animal, what happened to that animal before it came to the water or before it got food, whatever the situation is. Oh, I hope that springbok is okay. Oh man, I wish I was here in real life right now. My camera would be clicking away. This is literally one of my favorite things to photograph, is an elephant mud bathing. Dust bathing as well, especially if you've got good light behind the elephant. But mud bathing in particular, I've got some great photographs that of course have been great memories as well. And it's something, you know, you see quite frequently at Wild Earth or on Wild Earth, at Madikwe, Amakala. Yesterday on Sunset Safari, we had a lot of elephants in all of our locations. But I don't know, for me personally, elephant sightings are always different. There's always something different happening with them. Monique, you are wanting to know, if we're having a pool party, what is the one thing everybody is bringing to represent their country? Of course, we've been talking a lot about today where all of you are from and the animals that you find in your area or in your country or on your continent. That's a good question. If we're having a pool party, what are all of you bringing to represent your country? Is it food? Is it a musical instrument? Let me know. I would love to hear from you. That's a good question, Monique. I like that. I'm trying to think now what I can bring. I brought the animals. Am I excused? No, I would bring Cook Sisters. If you do not know what a Cook Sister is, it's a very, very sweet, tasty treat that we have in Africa or South Africa. It's a very Afrikaans dish. But as I said, it's very sweet, so hopefully some of you will bring food or just something neutral. Or perhaps if you want to bring a musical instrument that is representing your country. Or if you want to be really wild and bring some of your animals over, we can do that as well. I don't know how that would play out. But that's a good one, Monique. Hopefully we'll get a lot of answers, see what everyone says. Catherine, you are bringing German beer. You know, I'm not a beer drinker, but for you, Catherine, I will definitely join in. I might be seeing 5 elephants as opposed to 1 elephant, but that's fine. I will do that for you, Catherine. If you're willing to try Cook Sister, I'll try your German beer. Monique, what are you bringing? Since it was your idea hosting our pool party. And everyone else, Daniel, Lenny, Leopard Lover, if you are still with us, what are you bringing to our pool party to represent where you're from? Doesn't have to be food or drinks. You can bring an animal as well, as long as you catch it. I'm not helping with that. This elephant is just loving life right now. So peaceful. Oh, yes. Imagine you are that large, you've traveled that far, finally get to some water and you splash around, get some mud on your skin. And again, we think it's for cooling off. Perhaps, this elephant is really concerned about his skin. He likes rejuvenating. But let me know what you are bringing to our pool party. I'm bringing Cook Sisters and all of these animals. But what food are you bringing? What animals are you bringing? We've been chatting a lot about where all of you are from and where you're actually watching from and what animals you find where you are from. But what will you bring to the pool party? Will it be food, drinks, animals, a musical instrument? I do just want to give this disclaimer again. If you are bringing animals, you are catching it yourself. I'm not helping you. I love all of you, but that is where I draw the line. Monique, you are saying you'll bring some lamingtons and or a kangaroo. How about both? As I say, you'll have to catch the kangaroo. But yes, lamingtons. Yes, please. You see, this is why I'm coming for coffee when I visit Australia. You and I can have some lamingtons whilst watching sunset safari or the morning safari, whichever you prefer. Just keep me awake. But yes, lamingtons, absolutely. If you are not too familiar with what a lamington is, in Afrikaans we actually call it an eystervarkie, which refers to porcupine. But it's sort of like this spongy cake that is very moist. And it can be covered in, well, the one I know is covered in chocolate sauce. And then you've got coconut on top. And they are these square little cake sponges. But it's delicious. Monique, hopefully we are talking about the same thing. I don't know if lamingtons have a different meaning where you are from. So we've got food, we've got drinks, we've got a kangaroo. We'll see if the kangaroo is willing to get on the elephant's back, see how that plays out. think we need some music. I also feel like we don't have enough food. Lamingtons and Cook Sisters will be sweet all day. Elephant, just be careful. We had an incident with a springbok earlier on. However, the springbok is significantly smaller than you are and a little bit clumsy, it seemed. But you never know. I have told you guys before about Fishan, the one elephant that I used to work with. The one day he also stepped into a hole like that. That was created at a man-made water hole. And unfortunately he fractured his whole leg. And he had to wear a cast, and it was a whole thing. For months and months and months. And luckily, eventually, he healed. So I shouldn't be saying that. No, not you. Calm down. I'm just saying it happened to an elephant I knew. No need to throw tantrums. Goodness. Yes, I see you're very large, very impressive. I'm just saying, be careful where you step. Please. Oh, what a shot. But while I wait for the rest of your answers as to what you are bringing to our pool party, I'm going to send you over to Nick in Kariga.
Yeah, welcome back to Kariga. Where that elephant bull, you can see him in the distance there. He did kind of briefly stop by that waterhole, threw a little bit of mud over himself. So that waterhole, in relation to where we are, it is behind him, maybe about 150 meters or so. And this road that's running between us and him continues past him all the way down to the waterhole. Kind of left that waterhole and ambled down this road, and he looked to be consistently moving along. So I've kind of looped ahead of him in the hope that he's going to continue down this road. I mean, you can see, if he does, we will hit the jackpot. I mean, it will be the creme de la creme. So I'm patiently waiting here. He's literally just tucked his head back into the bush there. I'm not too sure if he's feeding or what he's up to. But I'm going to wait here patiently and see what he gets up to. So we are right up on the boundary of the reserve here, on the eastern edge of the reserve. And in terms of behind him, obviously the main attraction point is the waterhole, but he's just kind of been there, so there's not much more reason of why he's going to continue there. So it's either a thing of him continuing down the road towards us, or crossing into the sort of the open grassland to the left hand side of him to feed on a few grasses. But just in terms of the way that his back legs are positioned at the moment, kind of suggests that he's maybe doing a little bit of feeding there. So I'm hoping he's gonna get what he's wanting, satisfy that little craving for a specific type of shrub or leaf or whatever he's looking for, and then continue down the road towards us. I've written the script. I'm not too sure if it's fluent in elephantine language, but time will tell. Let's wait and see. He is a big bull. I mean, he is a beauty, and he is super relaxed as well. So it will be absolutely incredible if he does come here. Remember, his hearing is also incredibly well developed. So as I'm talking here, even though we're quite a distance off, he's more than likely going to hear me talking. But if anything, he is pivoting in the wrong direction now. He has given us a tough time today, that's for sure. Kind of playing hide and seek in the bushes and things like that. And I'm hoping that it's not going to continue. I'm hoping that he's going to read the script for us. And I'm pretty sure it's the same bull that we did have a while ago, who we did manage to get ambling towards the vehicle. Remember, he's only got that one tusk, so he's quite easily identifiable. So that spot where we had that beautiful section of, or segment of him walking towards the vehicle, right at the top of an open area, that was on the Zebra Plains clearings. So that's further to the west from where I am now. Not all too far, we've come quite close to those clearings now. But I did get the sound, the audio of another elephant flapping its ears somewhere. Not too far away. Normally the elephant population on Kariega is good. It's not like this elephant bull's the only elephant that we're going to be having a look at. The population is pretty good. I'm not sure of exactly what the number is, the precise number. There we go, my boy, come, there we go. I'm not too sure exactly what the precise number is, but the population is good. There are plenty of elephants around and about to be seen. Combination of males, females, youngsters. He has read the script. Look at this, guy. I'm so excited. And there is a potential chance that he may continue just every now and then to kind of stop, do a little bit of feeding, and then continue along. At least that's what I'm hoping for. And then we'll have a look and see. If he does get closer, there's a good chance, maybe sort of 20 meters away or 30 meters away or so, there's a good chance that he'll stop. Kind of just assess the situation. We might see him scuffing his feet on the ground. You know, that's that typical displacement behavior where he's kind of deciding what he should do. Should he keep coming? So I've prepped our vehicle position for this walk, but I've moved over just slightly onto the side of the road, that if he does walk towards us, there is still space on the road for him to continue past us. He doesn't have to go off the road. He'll be able to walk continuously down the road. So that displacement behavior, quite common behavior amongst all elephants in terms of when they need to make a decision and they may be wanting a little bit more time. Sometimes they'll pretend to feed. They'll break branches off, pretend to put it in their mouth and pretend to feed. Just really giving themselves some extra time to decide, is it safe to go past, is it not? And that displacement behavior, you kind of need to just watch what the elephant decides from there.
Actually kill it. Oh, there we go. Nearly got him.
We have got an epic battle going on between a pirate fly and a drop-tail ant. Look at that, look at that. So what's happening is these ants are moving from one side to another, and these pirate flies are trying to steal the baby ants.
Sorry about that. You are back live with us at Okukuyo. We just wanted to show you some leopards and hyenas, since we can't. No, we are back and we are live and we've still got our elephant. It's a proper pool party or an interspecies rave. But I'm wondering what we will get to see for the rest of Escape to Nature. Will there be more elephants? Will we see a rhino? What else will show up for our pool party? And of course, I'm still waiting for your answers. What are you bringing to the pool party? Are you bringing food, drinks, an animal? Arctic Circle. You are bringing a moose. I assume not a chocolate moose, but the animal. And maple syrup. Where are you from? Off the top of my head, I want to say Canada. I don't know if that's correct. Is that correct? Where do you think Arctic Circle is from if he's bringing a moose and maple syrup? Quite the combination. I feel like we need food as well because we've just got desserts and sweet things so far. So we might get diabetes or have a sugar rush and chase all of the animals around. Our kangaroo, our elephants, storks, zebras, our moose. Whoop, 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 whoop. We will definitely have to bring our zebras along for the pool party. What will it be without them? I know someone actually asked Cedric yesterday on Sunset Safari if he's ever been sprayed by an elephant, but I too have had that honor. One of the wild elephants on the previous game reserve that I was at. They were having a bit of a swim and everything, and the one female, for some reason, she came next to the vehicle. There was sort of like a little puddle over there, and she literally she slurped up water and she literally sprayed it in our faces. And at that moment I didn't want to like sort of reverse immediately, give her a scare or give her a reason to not trust us. But yes, if it's very hot, I mean if we're having our pool party at Okokoyo, I don't think we'll mind that too much. You know, elephants spraying and cooling us off with some water. Callan, you are from South Africa and you'll be bringing Koeksister and hyena. Well, I have a lot of things running through my mind right now. First of all, Callan, why don't you say braaivleis? We need food. We can't just have a sugar rush. Clearly you have not heard me on a sugar rush. And hyena, again, as I say, I will bring my animals, but you guys, whatever you bring, you are responsible for. So I don't know how you will capture the hyena, but best of luck. Perhaps you've got a trick up your sleeve. I've actually got a friend, and he hand-reared a hyena. He picked it up on the farm that he owns. And him and this hyena were just the best of friends. It was the most crazy thing to see. I remember he sent me videos and everything, and I was like, what are you doing? How can you be doing this? How is this even possible? But Callan, if you'd like, I'll send you his number, and you can ask him how he did it. Or perhaps you've got an hyena that you already have tamed and can bring to the party. I wonder if we can talk to some of the veterans and some of the Djuma naturalists. Perhaps they can round up a leopard or two for us. How amazing would that be if we could just spend some time with all of these animals? And I wonder how animals would react to something they haven't seen. Like, how would the elephant react if he saw a kangaroo or a moose? What would the reaction actually be? Seems for now an elephant is sticking around, which I'm very, very grateful for. But for now, let me send you back to Nick so we can see what he's up to.
Alrighty, so our elephant has crossed the road just onto the left-hand side. So he hasn't read the script perfectly. He's taken the second option that we kind of threw out there that he might do. So he's headed to that grassy area just to do a little bit of feeding there. But let's wait and see. He kind of stopped on the right-hand side of the road for a while, and I couldn't see him in the thicket there, but I could hear him eating. I could hear him flapping his ears, the sound of his ears hitting his body, and I could hear him pulling some of the branches off. He's obviously just doing a little bit of feeding where he is now. I'm still hoping that he's going to come and walk down here towards us. So behind me there is a big valley. I'm not too sure in terms of his movements, of what his plans are. But I mean, there would be a lot of good feeding for him down there. So quite tough lighting conditions here. In terms of the position of the sun, it's casting quite a shadow on the side of the body that we're having a look at. But beggars can't be choosers. We'll take what we can get. This is still an absolutely incredible sighting of him. So remember, he has thrown a little bit of mud over his body. He's slapped down a little bit of sunscreen, protecting his skin from the sun as well as all of the midges and all of the little insects and things like that. So remember earlier we were talking about how the humidity level is higher today. So that's definitely going to be bringing out a lot more of the insects. So I think it's a good move on his behalf to do a little bit of mud bathing like that. And then there's really no rush for him now. Remember, it's not like an elephant bull like this is territorial. He doesn't need to move around scent marking everywhere. He needs to focus on eating, getting as much food material as he can.
Can you imagine a world without the magic of nature? Without iconic animals like the Big Five? Well, we can't. For 50 years, we have been dedicated to protecting your future and theirs. Help the Endangered Wildlife Trust to protect forever together. Your small change can make a big difference. SMS now to donate and tune in to Mix FM to win exciting prizes.
But I hope as I'm kind of pointing out some of these little small differences in terms of tusk position and things like that, I hope it's making sense and that you can kind of envision what I'm talking about. But I might look to potentially reposition. I think let's take you to Rolf in Amakhala and see what he's got.
Well, it's all been going down on Amakhala. We went down to where the guys had seen the lions earlier this morning, and we saw this female that she was walking along the bank of the river. She was up and down, and the male was just sort of following her from a distance. And then we followed her down the road. She crossed over the river onto our side, and then we followed on behind her. And in the distance, I saw that she had spotted a warthog with little piglets, and off she ran off into the distance. So we raced around and we came across her. She had grabbed one of the little piglets, and of course the male came in and took it from her. So this has literally just happened. That piglet has only just been dispatched, and the male now sort of flaunting it in front of the female. She does want to feed on it, but he's now sort of annexed it. And shame. She's the one that caught it, but he's probably the one that's going to eat it. Looks like she's resigned herself to that fact, and she might go off and look for another meal. But anyway, we've got the beautiful sighting of this male now, who's probably going to have this little snack in the next few minutes. So for any squeamish viewers, you're probably best to look away now, because he's probably going to devour this little piglet rather quickly. What an awesome sighting. Not often you get to see them out and active during this part of the day, but with this weather system that we've got that has come in, it's still rather cool. We've got our jerseys on, and the lions being active and hunting. Fabulous. The female's now taken herself and gone in under a sweet thorn. I think she's fed up that she's had her meal stolen from her. She tried her best to keep it away from him, but he was having none of it. And that's what males often do, is just follow up behind the females, and as soon as they catch something, they run in and take it from them. Especially if it's something small like this. Generally, if they take down something bigger, he'll move in and have the first feed, and then once he's done, then the females move in. Yesterday, the guides actually saw there's a female with cubs. She caught a warthog and she took it in. It wasn't completely dead, and she gave it to the youngsters who literally played with it for a while, and then they dispatched it and they fed on it. So the adults left them to it. Now I think he's going to go on over and join her under that sweet thorn. It's almost like he does want to share it with her. Either that or he's just flaunting it, which he may do as well. Now, I do have to turn, folks, so just mind the bumps. There's a bit of a bumpy road, this as well, but I'm pretty sure he's going to go on over and join that female. So let's just get ourselves, I don't want to throw us in the river, which is just behind us, the Bushman's River. So let's just turn ourselves and get a nice view. And we can watch as he probably eats it in front of her. Go. Perfect, straight on view. Nice little shady spot for them. You can see she's panting because she's done all the work. The panting's got nothing to do with the heat. It's not hot at all. There's a nice cool breeze coming through as well. She did have to chase the warthog from quite a distance, but warthogs, they've got terrible eyesight, so the wind was blowing across. But when she spotted the piglets, it was only going to go one way. Now he's going to get stuck in. Bit of bacon for lunch. Oh, there's a leg. Pulled off an entire leg. Just with one pull, that's incredible. Literally ripped it right out. You'll probably find that he'll eat everything. Such a small animal. I wonder if he'll bite off that little hoof or if he'll just chew it down. Looks like it's going in. Yeah, there it goes. What's next?
Sorry about that. We'll get Rolf and his kitty cats back as soon as we can. Don't you find that so interesting? Female doing the hunting and then the male gets the snack. What utter nonsense. You see, again, this is why I'm not an animal, because I would rip his eyes out before I let him take my food. That escalated. You know, one of my best videos that I actually ever took of lions was a female that was also, you know, the male constantly kept pestering her cubs, well, her sub-adults, I should say, and she kept growling at him, and eventually he gave up, and he persisted to annoy her a little bit. and she gave him the biggest smack across his face. And the face he had after that, just sort of like, oh, well, fine, if you want to be like that. But I would be even more aggressive if you take my food from me. After I've just ran myself silly in the middle of the day, made the kill all by myself, and then you think you are going to trot along and just take it. That will not work for me. Not at all. But speaking of videos, remember we are looking for some amazing footage that you guys might have, that you've just got on a hard drive or laptop and you never look at it again. I know I myself have a lot of footage like that. So please do send those through to us, whether it's old footage, new footage. And of course, in the process, you can earn some money, win some prizes, see your name in the credits. And again, it doesn't just have to be African animals. It can be a moose, like Arctic Circle has, or any of the other animals that you've perhaps been lucky to see in action or gotten a wonderful sighting of. And you can check that out on our website just by going to Content Creator. Woo! That would have been cool to get a video of. I remember one of the coolest moments at Mashatu as well. There was this young elephant bull, and that was when the red-billed quillias were still all around. And he specifically must have heard them. I'm sure he must have, because he went over to the bush where they were all perched in, and he would sip up some water and then he'll spray it in the bush, and they would, bit by bit, they would flee from that bush, but it literally looked like fireworks. It was amazing. But if I was one of these storks, I would really just stick around. Spray me if you will, Mr. Elephant. I'm all for it, especially in 38 degrees Celsius. Yes, please. Is it finally time, Mr. Elephant? Have you now finally decided you've had enough? Just look at him, he's so gentle. He doesn't sort of like rush through the birds and chase off the animals. He just sort of carries on. Daniel, you are saying you are bringing music to the pool party. You want to see how the animals would react. Even me. I mean, they probably won't like it. It'll probably be a little bit disrespectful. But it would be interesting to see how they react to it. I mean, since we are throwing a kangaroo and a hyena and a moose and everything together, why not music as well? That would definitely be good. I like yours. Daniel? But we don't have any food yet. We need someone to bring food, please, because I promise you, you do not want to see me on a sugar rush. Lenny, thank goodness you are our savior. You are bringing hot dogs and apple pie. I mean, I don't eat apple pie, but I'm all for the hot dogs. Thank goodness. We can't be having Catherine's German beer and lamingtons and maple syrup and all sorts of things without some food. My mom would tell me now, hot dogs is not food, Lisa. Well, it's something. We're getting there. We are getting there. Callan, can you please bring braaivleis, which is barbecue meat, for those of you that are perhaps wondering. What else can we bring? What are you bringing to the pool party that represents your country? You can bring an animal. However, disclaimer, you are catching your own animal, bringing it. You are responsible for the animal at the pool party. If your hyena eats my elephant or my birds, then we're going to have a problem. You never know, perhaps they all get along. Especially if it's this elephant. He's so peaceful.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
You know what I've been finding very interesting? We've had no comments from FC as to what they are bringing to the pool party. Are you just coming and going to eat our food and enjoy our animals? Are you actually bringing something to the party? What's happening, FC? We would love to hear from you too. Nadine, you're not allowed to go to Woolworths before the pool party. You're just going to be a bad influence. No, Nadine, after I discussed the whole Lamington thing with Monique, Nadine unfortunately sent me a picture of something that one of the food markets in South Africa, Woolworths, have. And it is Lamington yogurt. Can you imagine? I will be broke each month just from buying and eating that constantly. Gwen and Nadine, they're bringing their sparkling personalities and some sugary treats. All right, that works. Again, we've got a lot of sugar. I need some more food. But that works, that's fine. Morgan, what would you like to bring to the pool party? Morgan, if we are having a party at the Okukoya waterhole, you can't bring decorations. What are you going to decorate? The tree. The one tree that we have. No, it's fine. You can bring us some chairs or something. Oh, floaties that we can use to float on the water. I don't know if the elephant will like that, but we'll try. We can try. I think we're all set. We've got food, well, a little bit of food, a lot of dessert, German beer, music, some interesting animals. I think we'll be all right. Is that a jackal or what is that animal? Oh my goodness, I think we have a jackal. I could be wrong though. So while I confirm that, I'm going to send you back over to Nick, who's in Kariga.
Okay, we've managed to loop around and get a slightly better angle of this elephant bull here. The sun is kind of more behind us, so it's definitely easier on the eye to have a look at now. I feel like he is just living his best life, casually strolling through these open areas, pulling out some nice, long, dense stands of grass. And obviously being right at the top of the ridge, is a little bit more of a breeze up here, so that's going to help to cool him down as well. You can see those ears are gently flapping. So there was actually a study done, I'm not too sure how they got to the figure. There was a study done on the sort of the thermoregulation system of elephants and how sort of the ears are the main way that they keep themselves cool. So remember, the skin of the ears is the thinnest on the whole body of the ears. I feel like that got me a little tongue twisted there. But anyways, in the study they found that with the flapping of the ears, it helps to cool the blood down, and that from there they transport that blood, that cooled blood, to the rest of the body. And the stat they came up with was they reckon it's around 12 liters of blood that'll get pumped to the rest of the body every minute. Which I guess there are many liters of blood in such a big-bodied animal. But I mean, that's crazy. That is quite a high volume. So I'm not surprised that, given the open clearing that we're in, it's a big open clearing here now. There is one small shrub, and he's decided to try and hide himself behind one small shrub. feel like that's how it's been going with this elephant today. It started in the thicket close to the waterhole, playing hide and seek with us. Then we hoped he would walk down the road, and he kind of got my heart going a little bit, walking, 30-40 meters down the road towards us. And then he tries to take refuge behind the one small shrub that we have. So he's definitely playing games. I mean, if I have to zoom out and show you. I mean, look at that. That is the open clearing of where we are. So it's definitely... there are a lot of other places where he could potentially go to. But we've got time on our hands, and I'm more than happy to stick around for a little longer and see if he comes out from behind that bush. I was starting to say earlier how I heard the call of another elephant. They've got that very distinctive low rumble. And I heard that not too far away from me, in the thicket, so kind of behind where this elephant is now. And I did have a good look around, but I didn't manage to actually spot any other elephants. So remember, you often get some of the younger males moving around with more mature bulls. They don't really pose much of a threat to the mature bulls, but it's also a good opportunity for those youngsters to kind of learn from those older bulls and glean a bit of information off of them. Remember, the age that those younger bulls are leaving the herd is usually around sort of 18 years or so. Around there, their testosterone levels start to go a lot higher. They just start to frustrate the females a little bit. They start to get a bit frustrated with them. And they kind of slowly start to leave the herd. It's not like all of a sudden one night, boom, they're gone. They slowly start to trail behind the herd, 30 meters, then 40 meters. Then they kind of just follow them by scent until eventually they do leave the herd completely. There we go, slowly starting to come out for us. And then often once those younger bulls have left the herd, if they meet another bull who's in a similar life situation, they'll join forces. And from there, if they can find a big, older, mature bull like this, they'll join up with him. They definitely get a little bit of comfort from having such a big bull like this around. Oh goodness, this elephant's definitely cracked me up. I want to hear what you guys think. What do you reckon he's up to? Do you think he's just really, actually by chance, just behind the bush? Or do you think he's kind of playing games with us here? I feel like it's been going this way for pretty much the whole day. And there I thought, I'm going to position myself on the road, get him walking towards us. And then he cut up towards here, and I thought there's a whole open area. There's no ways he's going to park himself behind this bush. And if you look at cognitive abilities of animals, it is widely recognized that the elephant kind of is right at the top of animals in terms of having the highest cognitive ability. I don't know if any of you have ever seen elephants coming across any bones or anything like that. Elephants they'll always stop, they'll always feel, they'll always sniff those bones. Even if it's a herd of sort of 20 individuals, each individual will stop, touch touch those bones, sniff them. It's almost like they could potentially be mourning the loss of an individual. So not too far away from where I am here, there's actually a hippo carcass. Well, let's clarify first of all, it is a carcass, but there's no meat left or anything like that. It's just bones. There was a fight between two bulls a long time ago now, but it still absolutely reeks. So you should be happy to be on the other end of the TV there. I should have some wild aniseed or something like that stuffed under my nose. But it would be really interesting to see if this elephant passed where those hippo bones are. If he would ever stop, kind of feel those bones, maybe do a little bit of smelling. I think he can probably smell it from there. Definitely giving us a run for our money, this elephant. So you might see one or two buildings in the background there. That is the vehicle workshop. The workshop's got to be somewhere on the reserve. And the way things are going with this elephant, he obviously had to get himself between us and that workshop. You can imagine with all of the rain that we've been having between here and Mpumalanga, I'm sure a lot of vehicle workshops on the reserves have been quite busy. You know, with all of the rain and your grass is growing a bit longer, it does become a potentially more difficult time in terms of if you want to do any off-roading or anything like that. You've got to be really careful where you drive. I think in my first year of guiding, I poked a radiator. I was driving off-road following a leopard, and there was this pretty prominent stump that was completely concealed in the grass, and it just went straight through the radiator. Obviously, I mean, mistakes happen, and the guys in the workshop understand that, but at the same time, you're never going to be anyone's friend in the workshop when you arrive and you say, I need some help, I've broken the radiator of a vehicle. There's a first for everything. Luckily, no need for any type of off-roading here. So it's pretty nice and open. We've got a big lens, so there's no real reason to off-road for this elephant here. So if this was your first time coming across an elephant and you wanted to know if he's male or female, the best way would be to have a look at his forehead. So this is a pretty good angle that he's actually standing for us. If you look at that forehead, you can see it's quite nice and rounded, which is indicative of a male elephant. If it was more angled, sort of right at the top of the head, it's horizontal and then it drops off quite steeply, that's a good sign that it's a female. So that sort of forehead technique, you really got to use that for more mature animals, not the youngsters that are a few months old. So that's one of the techniques that we could use to sex this elephant. And then combine with the fact that he's by himself. Remember, it's not
You see, now I'm confused. I don't know if this was our elephant that we had, but it's not. It's another elephant. I think. I'll have a look now as soon as it arrives. I was just keeping my eyes on Juma, just to check around to see if anything is around the plains or the open area, the dam. But we shall see now if this elephant arrives. If it is the same one, or if it is a different one. But that would be lovely if we do have another elephant. However, I do not know this elephant then. Perhaps I do, we'll see. Check out the tusks, check out the skull, check out the tail. And you know, we tend to think that all animals look the same, and they really all have the same characteristics. But specifically with animals like elephants that break their tusks and that have different shapes and forms and sizes of tusks. And with the ears, you know, you'll see the tears and the notches in the ears. For them it becomes fairly easy if you have enough time to spend time with them. And yes, just to confirm, it was a jackal after all that came to the waterhole earlier on, which is why there was such a massive gap between the birds. But it has since left. But if you are just joining us, welcome for the last bit of Escape to Nature. And thank you so much for joining us. We have really had an awesome day. We've had a lot of discussion on where all of our viewers are from, what animals they have in that part of the world, and what we would like to do, you know, in terms of seeing wildlife in other countries and on other continents. No, this is a different elephant. He is smaller. But yes, we've also had an elephant prior to this one here in Okukoyo. Nick is with an elephant right now in Karuga. And Rolf finally found some lions in Amakala. And furthermore, here in Okukoyo, we've seen the Abdom storks, the zebras, the wildebeest, the oryxes, the springbok, the impalas, the kudus. And right now we are looking at a beautiful elephant. But as I say, we've only got a little bit of time left today on Escape to Nature, but we are still live and we still love hearing from you. So please do get in touch with us. Send us your questions and your comments. And if it is perhaps your first time joining us, my name is Lisa and I'm the waterhole naturalist, keeping an eye out for the animals arriving at Okukoyo as well as Gowrie Dam. Now yes, you are different, elephant. What should we not be bringing to the pool party? Well, generally, on safari, on a walking safari, we tell guests, you know, don't bring things that are going to be clinging around on you or be making noise and things. So, but I mean, that would be a little bit hypocritical to say that after we've said we are going to bring some music. But this is definitely a different elephant to the one we had earlier on. The one we had earlier on is a frequent visitor. He's got fairly thick tusks. I'm wondering then if you are a new elephant to me. Have I seen you before? If not, it's nice to meet you. Thank you for joining us. Oh, calm down, Springbok. Some beautiful oryxes behind the elephant. Lovely, lovely antelope. Flagship species of areas like this, but particularly the national animal of this country that we find ourselves in, which is Namibia. Ooh, you know what you shouldn't bring to the party, please. I beg of you, otherwise I'm not coming. A centipede or a solifuge. If any of those two are present, I'm out. I have to wash my hair that day and rearrange my cupboard or something. I'll think of an excuse. But that is something that we really don't need at the pool party. Please, please, please. I can handle absolutely any animal or creature or snake. But a solifuge, if you are not familiar with what they are, please do go look them up. You will be grossed out. And a centipede. I don't do well. Unless they are far away. Monique, you are saying that you will not bring a redback spider. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'm sure many other people will also appreciate you for that. Just bring your lamingtons and a kangaroo, please. That is what we would like from you, Monique. But if you have just joined us and you are wondering, oh my goodness, what is she talking about this time? Today we have been discussing where all of our viewers are from and the animals that they have there and the wildlife. And then we started asking, you know, if we were to have a pool party, all of us, what will you be bringing? And we've really had some interesting suggestions. Cook Sisters, which is a South African thing, lamingtons. Monique from Australia said she'll bring lamingtons and a kangaroo. Arctic Circle, if you are still with us, I'm still waiting for your confirmation. Are you from Canada? You said you will bring a moose and maple syrup, and I had to guess where you are from. So I'm just waiting to hear from you if I'm correct in saying Canada. First guess. But what else can we bring along? Lenny is bringing some hot dogs. What else can we have? Catherine is bringing German beer, which I'm not a beer drinker, but for the occasion I will play along. I'm bringing all of these animals. The elephant, the zebras, the storks. Not you guys. If you're going to fight, I'm not bringing you. You see, you've even upset our elephant. Throwing tantrums, are we? But tomorrow is a very special day. If you did not know, tomorrow is International Women's Day. So we will be a lot of women taking you on safari and on Escape to Nature tomorrow. And it will be all about girl power in conservation. So please do join us for that. And we'll be discussing the importance of ladies in the wild. And, you know, from the matriarchal social structures that we see in the wild, but also the structures and the roles that we play. And as I say, that is tomorrow for International Women's Day. I will also be sharing quite a few stories with you that I've had over the years of being a female naturalist and how things have actually changed over the years. But please do join us. That is tomorrow, 8th of March, International Women's Day. And we will be referring to ourselves as the Safari Sisters. Dun, 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 dun. And then tomorrow evening, we'll have a surprise Ask Me Anything guest, Jamie Pattinson. And that will be taking place at 8 p.m. Central African Time. You see, this elephant is definitely much younger than the one we had earlier on. You can see he's much more cheeky as well. Yes, you can calm down. We all know you're big and impressive. Stop intimidating the animals. Viv P, you are bringing Springbokkie shooters. Woohoo! I like that. Springbokkie shooters, for those of you that don't know, is a shooter with, gosh, what is in it? I know it's green and caramel. Yes, yes. Peppermint crisp liqueur and Kahlua or Amarula. That is a liqueur. Yes, Viv. Please bring extra. And it will especially be very, very applicable or relevant here in Okokoyo for the springbokkies that we so often see. But let me know in the last bit of Escape to Nature, what are you bringing to our pool party? Rashawn, you are bringing curried steak and potato rotis. Yes, please. You've actually now made me very hungry. But yes, I like it. I like it a lot. I think we are off to a good pool party. Monique, are you happy? Since this was your suggestion and you are hosting it. I think we are going to have a good pool party. We have a lot of representation from all over. Michelle, you are saying you've got bald eagles. You'll bring them. I mean, who am I to judge? I don't. As long as they stay put, I don't want one landing on me. I know the talons on those birds are incredible, but bring them along, Michelle. The more, the merrier. We are going to be having a very interesting. I wonder if we have any French viewers. That would be very, very interesting to know. But I think we are off to a good pool party with, a lot of the animals here at Okukoyo, and kangaroos and a moose and maple syrup and lamingtons, cook sisters, potato rotis, bald eagles. Oof. Sounds rough, but I think we are in for a treat. Whew. I'm actually out of breath now, just planning this whole pool party. But I'm going to send you to Nick and his elephant, and we can hear what they will bring to the pool party.
Okay, it's almost like we've hit a massive streak of luck here. Our elephant is not behind a shrub, believe it or not. Yeah, nice to get him right out in the middle of the open clearing here. So the wind is definitely starting to pick up a little bit here. But while I've been sitting here, obviously it's a very different type of habitat here, right out to the top of this ridge compared to at the bottom of the valley. And there's been a zitting cisticola calling. You might even hear him, he's still calling, quite faint. Like the name suggests, it's like a zitting, sharp little noise, quite high pitched. I don't know if you got that one, just flew over the vehicle. It is quite windy, so you might not have picked it up. But yeah, quite cool little bird, small little things, part of the cisticola family. And to 99% of the population, an LBJ, a little brown job, the hardest little dudes to identify in the world. But within the whole sort of cisticola family, some of the smaller ones that you do find. Remember, the very other common cisticola is the rattling cisticola. It's also an LBJ. And you go across to your larks and you've got your rufous-naped lark. I feel like those three are relatively common birds to find in these more open areas. Quite like the pattern that this elephant's got on his forehead of the mud that he's thrown on himself. It's quite interesting to see how it's almost completely dried up on the side of his body already. But then on the top of his forehead it almost seems a little bit wetter there still, adding a little bit of texture to his body there. But it's really interesting to watch how when he did go to the waterhole, the mud wallow earlier, and even now, you can see that section of where his left tusk would come out, that little opening. There's obviously no infection or anything like that in there. You know, he's not trying to shoot any dust or dirt up there when he's kind of walking along the roads. He's not gathering any mud when he goes to the waterholes and shoot it up there. You know, often when there is inflammation, obviously before any type of infection sets in, it does get a bit itchy as well. And I have seen it a few times before where elephants have lost their tusks from fighting, that it's bugging them a bit. I don't know if it is inflamed or whether it's just itchy, but they shoot lots of dirt and almost like debris and things up there just to try and get rid of that itch. You know, it's not like they can send the tip of their trunk all the way up there. The trunk is just too broad. So it's really great to see that this bull is not really showing too many negative effects of that interaction with that other bull. Remember, he does have that puncture wound on his left rump. And we kind of did see his tail really going from side to side quite hard, quite vigorously, kind of closer to the waterhole. Lola, I'm glad that you've enjoyed this time with this elephant. I definitely have as well. I mean, we must have spent a good... Sure, I must have been with him for about 3 hours or so now, I'd say. Somewhere around there. A really good length of time. And he has been a little bit cheeky in terms of playing hide and seek and things like that, but it has been a delight to spend time with him. Everyone in the office is saying to me that it doesn't count if he hides behind a bush as a cracker sighting. But I'm going to take it as he's being a legend. He has been a bit cheeky though, we're not going to forget that, but he is still a beautiful elephant bull. And I quite enjoy how he is so relaxed. You know, he is a big bull. I mean, he's huge. When he walks up close to the car, he is an absolute monster. But he is so chilled. He is the definition of a gentle giant. And it is really nice to just spend a good amount of time with one particular animal. You know, not to kind of see him and maybe, you know, bring him to you live for 10 minutes or something and then leave him. But to really stick with him for a long time and see what he gets up to. I mean, before he went to go in mud wallow, we saw him transitioning from kind of feeding on grass to going in the thickets and feeding on leaves and things like that there. And it's all really cool behavior to see. I was chatting to some of the guides who work here at Kariega, and they were saying there's been no change to his behavior sort of between or before the fight that he had with that other bull and now, which is also really great to see, because to break a tusk off, remember that's an extension of a tooth, that's going to be sore. To have a tusk rammed into your bum, that's also quite sore. Not that I've experienced that. But you know, it's great to see how he hasn't sort of taken his frustration with life out on some of the vehicles and things like that. He's still super chilled. And I think, you know, there's obviously one or two instances throughout Africa of where elephants have caused a little bit of, you know, problems and things like that in terms of potentially charging vehicles and things like that. But you've got to remember that bad news travels further and faster than good news. And 99.9% of the elephant sightings are great, are super chilled, just like this guy. But remember, if you haven't been able to join us for the whole of our escape to nature today, or maybe you even weren't able to catch our sunrise safari, you can catch some of the action, some of the highlights, some of the best bits on the app. We wouldn't want you to miss out on a thing. But I feel like if there was a theme that we could, highlight purely just the Eastern Cape reserves that we bring to you, so obviously Amakhala and Kariega, it would be hiding elephants. That would be it. Summed up, short and sweet. But I hope that everybody has enjoyed all of the scenes that we have brought you, that we've brought a little bit of peace and tranquility to your homes. I'm so glad that you could join us. I hope that you've learned something, or even if you haven't, that it's just been a great day with us. But stick around as we do start to head into our sunset safari. You never know what we're going to find. We were kind of saying earlier how there's always something different. You just never know what to expect. So hopefully we do have a surprise, and that you will be able to join us for any possible surprises. Thanks again, everybody.